where many things come to settle. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
Well. Hello there. Glad to see everyone yet again. Today, we are on a mission. And the said mission is a very special one. As the said mission involves two things that I love the most. Breaking things and spreading as much chaos as humanly possible within this mortal coil.
Osmanthus wine
In
tastes
fact,
the same as I remember.
Today we're gonna break not only the law system that Genshin Impact has before us, but we're also gonna break possibly the morale, the self-respect, and also the monarchy within Fontaine, as well as every single citizen within it. So we have a lot to do, many things to accomplish, and many things to ruin, which is what I'm best at. When you ask what is Lux the best at, you might think, oh, he's relatively funny, I think he's pretty good at comedy. No. I think Lux is pretty good at games. I mean, clearly his gamer score is beyond the realm of regular mortal beings. While that's true, that's not the case either. You ask anyone, they will say he's good at breaking things. And I'm gonna prove that today. That I am indeed one of the best when it comes to breaking things. You don't even need to ask me to do so. I will do it on my own, without any sort of prompt or desire from anyone involved. Hi there, Doug. Hopefully you're doing great. Alright, let's see. Where do we need to go? Okay. We're just getting straight into it, I guess.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial.
So we're gonna jump straight into it. We're gonna continue with the trial of the century. Now, to get you caught up on what happened the last time, a little bit of Dragon Ball Z recap for you. So last time, we went in, you know, fully prepped, our hair iced, you know, fully suited up, our law book right in our hand, just right there, you know, with the best of them, trying to prove to everyone that we are the law and we are the justice. Yet, we were faced with certain perils. We're faced with certain trials that we had to conquer, both mentally and physically. One of which was Furina, the untamed beast, dared to question our morals, dared to object us. And Novelette, bless his heart, as a kind-hearted being, he allowed her to rain havoc upon this holy place. But I said no more. I said no more will I stand for this. So I raised my hand in objection, only to be faced with a dramatic turn of events, which is that my client, the person that I should trust the most in this world, has betrayed me. It was revealed that they are part of Futui, a criminal scum that we profess to the heavens to get rid of them one of these days. Yet, I become the criminal. I, the one who was trusted with law and justice, to upheld graciousness of this call room. I made to be a defender of a criminal. You could imagine my disappointment. It was unmatched. My day completely in shadows. I went into my mind palace to meditate, to gather my thoughts. So we went into the break room. We interrogated the said criminal. We asked him, Did you do it? And he said, nah, fam. Ain't me. And I was like, well, alright. We are on the same page still. Good, good, good. We still got it. Look me in the eyes. Lynette, you got this, okay? Lie through your teeth. Never say truth. Look, you didn't hear it from me. I'm your lawyer. Lie, okay? We didn't swear. We didn't get sworn in, okay? So we're allowed to lie. It's Novalet's fault. We're allowed to lie, okay? So lie until we win this, okay? Because I ain't putting a damp on my brilliant record. So far, I have 0 losses. I have 0 wins as well because this is my first case. But you know what? I ain't planning to get one. My record shall be pristine, just like my gamer score, okay? 100% in everything. 100% completion only. Right, now that you caught up on Dragon Ball Z's story, we shall continue with this beautiful case. We shall break every single law imaginable, and we shall come out victorious.
When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
No, like giving you a recap of his own, I see. I probably shouldn't have done that, but you know what? You know what? At least you caught up twice. What if one recap is not enough for you? You know? I'm definitely one of those people. I see one of recaps that takes like 20 minutes. I'm like, what did I spend the last 20 minutes for? I can't remember. So I need another one.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention...
I don't know, I want to do that. In fact, I will do my best to never lend you my attention.
At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
You dare put Ace Attorney on me? How dare you? Only I can pull Ace Attorney in this courtroom. Unbelievable. Okay, let's see. Let's examine the evidence. We need to cross-examine this. So we need to know when to raise objections. So let's see. Based on opposition's account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statements. Oh, don't you worry. I'll find every single loophole. And if there isn't any, I'll make some. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. Some big words in play, some big words at play. I hope you're still keeping up. Let me know if it's too fast for you. Use your reputations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The oratress will display such shifts clearly. When you find or refute all incorrect content, you can complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth. And truth shall we unlay, and unveil as well.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Hi there, Mudad. Glad you can join us. You're right in the thick of it. You're right in the call room. You're right with us, right there, right behind me, you know? Staying right behind the losing side right now, but you know, we'll change that. We'll change that. Right now, we are in the slammers, you know? We're right at the top, at the bottom of a food chain. Farina literally just took us and put us down like a bad dog. But you know what? Joke on her. We are the best boys of them all. We're gonna rise up from the ashes like a mighty phoenix of justice.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
Objection! You do not know that. First of all, he was in a box himself. How could you possibly spot the lady? There's no lights in their box. I've seen it. It's dark as a goddamn bat. I swear to God, even the Batman himself couldn't see anything in there.
He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound.
Interesting. Well, you see, the thing is, that box could be soundproof, so it's easily provable. We just go in there, you play some, you know, some heavy metal out there, and if I cannot hear anything, I'm right.
Finally, he used the vase to knock her out. Before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her.
So you're saying he committed 3 crimes in a row just for the lady to pass out, who's clearly much taller than the boy. She probably can give him a knuckle sandwich if he asks for one. I have a hard time to believe this. And you telling me a magician needs a vase to knock somebody out? He can just use sleep powder. We all know magicians have it. How do you think they put people to sleep to prove their tricks are real? They obviously put audience to sleep, they make the trick, they wake up, and you see ta-da at the end, and you don't remember a thing. That's how magicians play it. We all know this. Ain't no
At this
secrets here.
time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed.
Interesting. So you're saying an assistant of a magician went down there for no apparent reason, you know, just to see what's going on. And they had a tussle, you know, a good old fisticuffs. And Linné, a small boy that he is, knocked him out straight out cold. That checks out. Okay, I'm listening.
So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box.
So he stuffed somebody in a box to, you know, just kill him off immediately. Okay, interesting. Erasing evidence, I like that. I like his style.
Afterwards, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
What kind of devices are we speaking here? Was it like somebody shooting, you know, a good old Robin Hood just staying in a stance, you know, waiting for his chance to shoot a flame out arrow of justice to befall the Cavil? Is that what we're seeing here?
And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Alright, we'll get to that. We'll get to
Does
that.
the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
Oh, Novelette. I'm glad you asked. I have a few. Alright, let's begin with the,
Key to
you know,
refuting Lady Farina is the order of
the
events,
first
what
plaintiff.
he experienced and what he saw.
So, just to give you my thoughts first of all. So, first of all, she said the Leaning jumped downstairs for no apparent reason, right? Even though we heard that the boxes move, so you don't actually get out of them at any given point. There's no, like, a trap door behind them where you can just get out of them. They don't open from underneath, right? So, this doesn't work at all. They literally move by themselves and switch places. So it makes zero sense what she's saying there. Second of all, she said that he drugged her? Or like, knocked her out? Then why would he need to break her with a vase on top of your head? So she's saying they basically fell down from like, you know, 2-3 meters tall. And then, you know, Linné panicked and he saw the vase and she's just like, you know, a good old-fashioned wrestling move, just shove somebody, just beat somebody with a vase, you know? Probably the most frail object imaginable. I can't imagine you get knocked out by getting smacked with a vase. You'll get a bruise on your head, but I don't think it will knock you out. That thing is probably as thin as a piece of paper. And also, it's not that easy to break a vase. You've seen those? Especially those that make of ceramic? Those are hard as hell. Like, you probably will have a better luck breaking like an actual glass bottle than one of those vases on top of somebody's head. Those things don't break easily. Now, the fourth argument, Linné just fought Koval. Now, that makes zero sense because if Linné was a perpetrator, Koval would know something about her because it would be insinuating that Linné did this like dozens of times, right? So Koval would, unless he completed death or something, would hear that there was some sort of amiss thing going on, right? So I have zero clue where she got this from to begin with. And the last, I don't even want to bring it up, but like, what sort of mechanism is she talking about where the rope just suddenly burns down and you smashes an entire box open? Like, what kind of evil genius does she think Linné is that he can pre-plan all of that in a span of like 2 minutes? It's like, what are you talking about? And also, this bit, right? Linné himself said that that space is so unbelievably tiny that you cannot squeeze in. So he would have to push her all the way to the basement, which, mind you, has 0 escape routes. It literally is blocked off from what we've been told. So, if that was the case, she would be there. Ace Attorney would be very unproud of this case. I already found so many loopholes and I haven't even begun. Okay. Linné claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Ultris core upon entering the tunnel, did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear the thud. Entrance and exits to Opera House. No one left the Opera House during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the gods could leave. That's also the case. I forgot about that. Nobody left, apparently. Which is a very flimsy defense when you think about it, because there's probably multiple exits, but I guess it kind of checks out. Also, you could probably exit through the roof if you really wanted to. I imagine there's a possibility. The voice is in a Crester core chamber. Linné claims that to have heard a mysterious voice within the chamber that houses a Ultris core within the Opera House underground structure. The clothes belonging to Hazley, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Linné must have been very confused when he saw them. Okay, and the last. During the switch spawn, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. Okay, so let's go with let's go with this one, because I feel like for this, the one that he heard, like, had the fisticuffs was his assistant. I feel like for this one, it's probably let's go with the...
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective...
Oh wait, is it for this one then? Because I thought it would justify him like being in tunnel so he couldn't possibly fight someone. But I guess, because I was gonna put dress in here, because he's still there, so how would he drug somebody unless... What clothes would he change her into? There's nothing there.
Seems this won't produce a
Wait, am I doing it wrong? I feel like I'm doing it wrong. Wait. But he went into chamber, so wouldn't it clear him of like drugging somebody, right? Would it be for this? Oh, okay.
To Linné, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Well, that could have been proven for this one, for these three as well, so it's kind of all the same. You know what, my point stands. Oh, thank you, Siren. That's very nice of you. You shouldn't have. It's very kind gesture of you. Thank you very much. Alright, look. I feel like I've been deterred. There's no way I'm wrong about this. Listen, I've been trained by Ace Attorney himself. My mind, gigantic, okay? I studied the law since a young age. I've witnessed many crime scenes. I can't believe I'm being disproven like this. Unbelievable. Yeah, I saw that, dog. I was just a little bit flabbergasted because I didn't expect that. The only reason why I even put it there is because some people asked. I didn't expect you guys to use it at all because, you know, it's not what I'm doing streaming for. I just want to hang out with you guys. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alright, let's see. Okay, let me think about this logically. Let me go into the mind of a criminal for a second. What would I do if I was a criminal and wanted to drug somebody unconscious out of a place that has 0 exits? My first move would be probably to hide them somewhere and to escort them later. So I would knock them out, right? I would knock them out. I wouldn't take their clothes off. That's weird. Why would you even do that? What I would do is I would use one of those boxes, right? That were there. And I would stuff them in there. And then, while everybody's not looking, I would move them. it was all the cargo. In the case of evidence, you know? Now, you could make an argument that they would make a noise. That's why you muffled them. That's why we, you know, shut off all the noise cancellation box, okay? That's how you avoid it. You stuff a bunch of styrofoam in there. That's natural noise cancellation. Okay, so, this one? I don't really see...
Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the
Well,
aftermath.
this is quite a weak defense. Even as a lawyer of Lenny, will prove this, because, like, this doesn't really prove anything. Because, like, oh, I was confused. I didn't see this dress. Never mind, I could have, you know, just did it and pretend like I never saw it. No, that couldn't happen. Alright, that's a weak one, you know, that was a little bit of a stretch. Now, what else we have? The chamber of the house, kitchen call within the opera house and the ground structure. This? Yeah.
Lenny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Once again, this is a truth based on...
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
Paimon, let me be clear here. I am Ace Attorney here, okay? Let's make this very clear here. Attorney, you can be Detective Paimon, but no attorney. I am the attorney.
When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel.
Proven. Solid logic. I like that. Okay, let's see what else here go.
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored.
Okay, interesting. Go on.
Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately.
Okay, solid defense so far.
The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. And in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time.
Interesting.
Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Okay, Paimon described it a little bit too simplistically. I would add, you know, the... There's no exit in there, right? So even if you knocked somebody out, there would be zero pathway for escape. So, theoretically speaking, what Farina said is he stuffed the woman into the vent, right? And she was blocked off in there. But she didn't realize that it's physically impossible to fit two people in there. I saw the vent. I'm pretty sure Linnea can barely fit in there, let alone a grown woman who's bigger than him. And also, for some reason, he has undressed her, which I don't know why Farina ever said that. That's weird. You see, just like that, being a lawyer is this easy. All you have to do is put words together in an attractive manner, and everybody will listen.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Wasn't it awesome?
Yes, Paimon, you're great. I'm proud of you, but let's be real. I did the heavy lifting. You just said what I said. And I don't know if I like that. You taking all the credit, but you know what? Just because of that cute little mustache, I'll forgive you once. But if you do it again, my hand might be raised. And no for objection.
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
Absolutely no words, Liz. Catch you later. Ooh, alright. Let's get back into it.
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition reasoning is flawed. Exactly.
My reasoning?
Exactly. The Anastasia crew was clearly tampered with in a premeditation fashion.
If that's the case, then if Powell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill?
Exactly. How do we know? It could have been a malfunction in a rope. Who burned it? Do we know? Can you show me the evidence that the rope was burnt? Could have been a malfunction. And how do we know that somebody was trying to kill Covell? What kind of speculation are? Were you there? Did you try to kill the Covell? We just did it all the way around with Farina.
Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
For sport, as well as for fun. Come on, Paimon. We all know Futu's ways.
Oh, they have a point.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, I think we're in it. I think we're in it to win it. We get in there. We get in there.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Exactly. Guys, I feel like we slowly moving them scales. Soon enough, Novalet is going to be on our side.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Alright, Farina, just because you got cinematic black bars and you can speak without opening your mouth doesn't mean they cannot refute your point.
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask?
Soundproofing. Do you understand how that works, lady? Do you know that walls can be soundproof if you want them to be? It's very simple to do.
You're saying that he wasn't?
Exactly. Your claim has now become my weapon. Ah, I like that. All right, let's cross-examine. What do we have? Deceased identity. Pretty relevant. I don't care who he is. Information about missing lady's identity. Also relevant. Who cares? Strange sound during the magic show. All right, that could be useful, but not for now. Not for now. We still don't need to use it. Anderson has access to Opera House. That is a good one, but I don't think how it proves our point in here. And also, how did I miss one? How did I miss one? There's no way I missed one evidence. You telling me Detective Lux missed a crucial point of evidence? I swear to God, if it's gonna make me lose this, I'm gonna be very upset. I didn't say magic structure. Yeah, that's irrelevant. I'll say magic box. Probability of third person being involved. That could be a good one, but not for this. The magic trick. Okay. For tunnel vent. Linear statement. Okay, so for this one, I kind of feel like this one would be interesting because this would prove a point that Cowell and the lady had absolutely zero in common, so he wouldn't have a cause to go down and actually try to save her. But it probably would be a pretty weak defense when I think about it logically, because it could be easily proven otherwise, because we only have like verbal statements. Switching performance, there was an audible thump. Let's do Anderson next, maybe.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's something off here.
Okay, not that one. I feel like strange sound would be...
That's right.
Yeah, okay, that was my second choice.
Wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Because I was thinking about it from a perspective of him leaving afterwards and like sneaking somebody out. But I guess, yeah, this would be more less refutable actually.
This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent.
Okay, you tell him, Paimon, you tell him.
The same clue you used to disprove his alibi.
Oh
has
no,
now
the
become
black boss came in.
Proof. How do you like that?
You know when the black boss, cinematic black boss come in, somebody means business.
Well played.
You see, Nave is with me.
To think you'd use such logic.
Oh no, in a monologue. Why can I have one?
Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Your Honor, I would like to accuse a prosecutor. Dun dun dun. You see, if you adjust the evidence, Lady Farina has all the reasons to kill the recently deceased Cowell. You see, on September 21st, 1998, she went to this cafe shop, and Cowell just so happens to be there at exactly 9:28 a.m. Now, you might think, what does this have to do with anything? And I'll tell you. Cowell took the last jelly donut that was within the coffee shop with a nice, milky cappuccino, right? Now, you might say, well, that's a very nice choice, sounds like a classy man. Exactly, but that's not my point. What happened that day was the Cowell took the last jelly donut within the vicinity. Now, you might think, okay, well, some reasonable individual would just settle for something like a nice donut, or, you know, a donut hole maybe, something, you know, less caloric intake value, but Lady Farina ain't somebody who would settle for anything less than a glorious jelly donut. We all know this. She has a sweet tooth unlike any. So what she did, she harbored the evil feeling within her mind. She found out all the information about that man, and exactly 27 years later, on this day, she set up the crime scene. Now, you might tell me, who harbors an ill feeling about jelly donut of all things for 27 years? Let me tell you, it's this woman. You know why? How I know? Because I saw her. I saw how she did it. She was sitting right there at the top of the stage. She saw the rope, and she saw the camel downstairs, and she was like, this is a perfect crime scene. Ain't nobody gonna suspect me if I'm gonna be the prosecutor. Okay, so what she did, she took the flaming arrow of justice. I saw her do it. She was right there. She flung it, and the rope burned. Everybody was so fascinated with magic show that nobody paid attention to the evil, vicious woman right there. But I saw it. I was keeping an eye on her like a hawk. And I saw it. She flung the arrow. Then she extinguished it with her holy water magic. It was glorious, honestly. I imagine somebody saw it as well, but nobody said a word because they were like, well, my ruler does something weird yet again. What's news? Okay. So, she flung the arrow, the rope burned. Smash, split the Cowell in half. Dead. Body gone. Then she pretended, okay, what's a good escape plan? I got it. I'm gonna accuse the magician of committing a crime. He did it. What's my reasoning? I have none, but I'll make something up. You see, that's why her defense is so sloppy. Her accusation makes zero sense. Now, Your Honor, I would like her to be... I would like her to be... to be accused of treason against your own majesty and the law court in this goddamn house. Okay? She broken the law, she broken the code of valor, and she didn't even give me the jelly donut at the end of it all, because that's what she was supposed to give me. She said if I'm keeping quiet about all this, she will provide me a box of jelly donut, but you know what? She never did. She never did. And I'm gonna make it out here. You know what? I might be part of this crime because for a split second I considered agreeing to this justice system, and you know, covering for her. That's why I've been losing till now. There's my reasoning, Your Honor. I know I committed a sin, but you know what? Justice shall be prevailed. I cannot hide it any longer. I will step out, and I'll be the witness of this crime. Let's sentence her to exile and punishment by confiscating all her water. She will not have any water anymore, and that's for, you know, Hydro Arcane Dwarf's death. We put her in the desert with a zero water. We chain her up to, I don't know, some sort of pillar, and she's gonna stay there like a like a goddamn Greek trial. You know how Zeus did it to one of the guys back in the day? I forgot his name off the top of my head. We're gonna do exactly that. Okay, Your Honor, I rest my case. I feel like everybody deserves here a jelly donut. They're all on me. Let's go to the nice cafeteria place that I saw on my way here, and we're gonna have a party. I feel like I proved my point. That's all I'm saying. I feel like justice have been served, and I feel like, you know, I feel like my case proved. Honestly, what else can I say? Select answers to fill the empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you have made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Once you have answered all the questions correctly, you can complete this logic chain. I feel like I completed the logic chain already. What are you talking about? I already logicked my way out of this scenario. There's absolutely zero I have to prove anymore. My points have been proven, all of them. Unbelievable. What else do I need to say? Do I need to bring Jelly Donut Man, the one who made it, here? Because I'll do it. He knows everything. He saw it all. A beautiful man also, Giuseppe. 67 years of age. Oh, beautiful man. Makes pizza unlike any as well. Why do you say a coffee shop owner makes the greatest pizza in the world? I do not know. You ask Giuseppe. He will tell you. He runs a chain. I don't know. He combines an Italian pizzeria with coffee chain. I don't know. Ask the man. He's a genius. I cannot question a genius. What's the best idea? To have a coffee with a fresh Italian pie. What could be better? I do not know. Anyway, let's continue. The guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope suspended the water tank and above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Cowell in the box below. Tragic. Truly. A fate that I would not wish on my worst enemy. Maybe I would wish it on Paimon, but I don't know. That maybe next time. If Linnea is no longer under suspicion, only the other members of the troupe would have been able to tamper with the props. Aether, did you not listen to me? What did I just say? I already proved who it is. We can close the case right now. We already won. Novelette been listening to me. He knows. He saw it all. Novelette already knows how this will play out. He just pretends like he doesn't. That man can see into the future. Linnea gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using a box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath. Linnea himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of on-stage interactions. Interesting. The clothing belonged to Halsey. The lady who went missing were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. She might be a nudist, you never know. She might be into that sort of stuff. Okay, let's see. What is this?
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
Like, jokes aside, I feel like Halsey is part of this. For some reason. I don't know why.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Well, yeah, but he's dead. Unless he isn't. Unless he pretended to be dead. Because, you know, he could have pulled a classic switcheroo at the end of it. Somebody else could have died because of him. And, you know, their face just goes so unbelievably smashed that they couldn't identify the person. You know what? Let's go with this. Because I feel like Cowell has things to hide.
That can't be right. Are you serious?
Paimon, do not refute me.
The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Exactly. You see what I tell you. Big brain move.
Is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning.
Oh, you don't want to test me like that, young lady. I have plenty of reasoning of my own.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Alright, let's go. So, Cowell's plans issue inside the tunnel. How can we envision Linny as having been unable to interfere with the crime? Okay, so it all started on a dark, rainy day. It was approximately 27 degrees Fahrenheit. Very cold. Very cold. There was a chilly storm outside. A thunder, roaring like a mighty wolf, howling in the middle of the night. Approximately 27 unfortunate members of the audience were patiently waiting with attempted breath for the magic show of the century to take place. Linné, the greatest magician of them all, took the stage, gracious, like a mighty phoenix. He ascended onto the stage, flapping his magnificent feathers of magic onto everyone's behold and amazement. He selected a random member of the audience to be a part of this magnificent journey that he was about to unleash upon this world. He took the young lady's hand, he stuffed her in a box, never to be seen again. He went himself inside another box. A tempting breath echoed throughout the audience. What will happen next? Will they both die? Or will one of them come out victorious in the end after glorious gladiator duel? Or might it just be a normal magic show with no death occurring? Nobody knew. Nobody knew. Minute passes. Attempt to silence broken by the magician voice. I implore you all to count for exactly 2 minutes. Give me your best basic math skills you can possibly muster. Raise hands how many of you can count to 120. About 3 hands rose. Lenny was like, more than I expected. Interesting. I want all of you to count from 1 to 120. In the slowest manner possible. So I can have plenty time to escape and commit my crime. I mean, I have plenty of time to perform this magic trick. Audience members murmured against each other. 120, how will we do that? Unbelievable. Who does he think we are? I can only count till 3. Another audience member. I can count till 5 max. Okay, let's improvise. Let's just follow along. The audience started counting. 1, 29, 37, 5, 11, minus 1,345,367, 1,005, and so on. Lenny thought, okay, I'll have about 20 hours to do this. Very well. It will take them ages to figure out how to count to 120. So he went down to the tunnel, assessed his situation, looked at everyone inside. There was nobody there, but a lonely ghost that was trapped in there for 20,000 years. In those dresser. You see the dresser was on the ground? There was a ghost, trying out new styles. Never seen before. Breaking new grounds of fashion. Unbelievable miracle was happening before Linnea's eyes. A ghost, as beautiful as they get, almost as beautiful as Jean-Li, was standing before him, trying the most magnificent dresses he could possibly imagine. He greeted the ghost graciously. He said, "Good day, my lord. I bid you farewell, and you do you." He went along. The ghost silently looked at him, gave it a light nod, and proceeded with his doing. Lenny went to the other box, went inside, saw the lady. They looked at each other longingly, almost a hint of attraction in the air. But Lenny is a professional. He would never flirt on a job. He said, "Madame, I'm going to perform a trick of the century. All I require of you is silence and cooperation." He gave you a karate chop on the neck, took her on his shoulder, went to the other side of the box, stuffed her in there, threw her like a little rag doll, and said, "I'll be on my way." Cowbell was hiding behind a platter, on the other side. A criminal that he is, always likes to hide, never show his face. Look at those eyes. Those are not the eyes of a trustworthy man. Linné, a naive boy that he is, trusted the ungodly filth that stands before us, and went to the other side of the box, strolling, pouncing almost, humming to himself. He said, "I still have about 19 hours, 58 minutes. What shall I do to kill the time?" And he said, with hell with it. I'll go to the tunnel, see what kind of adventure awaits me ahead." He opened the vent, went inside, strolled hardily. It was like a portal to Narnia, was never ending. He went in there, huffing and puffing, crawled for like 12 hours straight. Finally, he reached the exit, opening the vent, and what he saw before him was not a beautiful landscape filled with adventure and wonders, All he saw before him was cobwebs, spiders, and a weirdly glowing radioactive nuclear reactor standing right before him that was powering this entire theater for some reason. Lenny to himself thought, well, what the hell is that? Did I crawl 12 hours to see this ungodly ugliness before me? I could have just stayed there and, played with a ghost for 20 hours. What is this? Lenny was in shock. Never was he so bewitched by unbelievable ugliness like that. It was a glowing purple, skull-like shaped nuclear reactor, emanating pure filth unlike any nobody has ever seen. And I was like, I can't take this anymore. And he went back crawling for his life. He cut the journey by half, climbed back in about only 6 hours. A pure world record, really. He broke the speed of sound just to climb out of that goddamn filth-filled tunnel, never to be seen again. He went out, closed it, duct taped it all, prayed to himself, and was like, Jean-Li, may you seal this hellhole for the all eternity, and may nobody ever go there again. He dusted his clothing, looked to himself in the mirror, make sure that he looking 10 out of 10, went into the other box, stayed there for about an hour playing like Candy Crush or something, just killing some time. And then he heard the sound, the thumping, unlike any. What happened? The audience counted till 110. He knew they were almost there. He knew that the time is almost right. So, he put his Candy Crush telephone device away. He said, I made too many matches in 3. How many matches can a man possibly withhold? That was too many. After 1331st, he was like, I've had enough. Put it away. I was like, okay, time to perform my magic. And he hears it. 115. 2,347. 119. 1,347,375. 61. 120. And after he heard 120, he raises from the box like a mighty phoenix, staring at the audience only to see a terrified gazes. What he witnessed before him was a box. But not any box. It was a box that was supposed to be held within the air, nor on the ground, splattering one of his closest allies, or he thought to be one of his closest allies. It was body of none other than Cowell, or that's what he saw. Upon closely examining the body of deceased, he found out that it was not Cowell. It was in fact his evil twin brother that nobody knew existed. And that said evil twin brother was in a tussle and bustle inside that box. It turned out that Halsey was none other than his brother. Taking off his mask, he ripped it off Cowell, the brave man that he was, ripped it off and was like, brother, is that you? You son of a bitch, how dare you ruin this majestic performance of my one and only boss. Their treasure was all my heart. And they went knuckle sandwich to knuckle sandwich, brutally beating each other like the glorious gladiators that they were. And finally, when Cowell was standing there victorious, or at least he thought he was victorious, he was like, and never show your face here again, or I'll beat you until even our mother can all recognize you. Get out of my sight. But Cowell wasn't sure what happened, but he heard a noise, unlike any, and the last thing he saw was his evil twin brother smiling upon him and disappearing into the shadows below. Cowell knew at that point that was his last moments on this plane of existence. And upon his last moments, the only thing he could think of is his employee's beautiful smile that he never got to witness again. Plop! The crashing sound hit his meaty body, full of masculine testosterone that he was experiencing while fighting his evil twin brother. On the verge of death, He was thinking of bench pressing it, unlike he was ever doing it before. He thought his glutinous maximus can withhold everything, even about 2 tons worth of weight, upon his fragile body. Unfortunately, that was not the case. His body was not strong enough. He thought he might be Zhongli himself, but unfortunately he wasn't. He was never meant to be. His legs shattered, his face broken, his emotional damage immeasurable. Cowell ascended, like a beautiful phoenix that he was, into the heavens themselves. His evil brother, never to be seen again. But now, I am here to say that I know the truth. Cowell, in his last moments of death, left a note that while bench pressing that box of 2 ton, he left with his blood on a piece of paper that he was stashed away. On one side was a love letter to Lini, professing his love towards his employee. On the other side, his last moments were documented. And he said, and I quote, "Here I am lying on the verge of non-existence. My body shattered. My soul broken and my heart non-existent. All I wanted was for Lini to acknowledge me, not as his employee, but as his true friend and potential lover. Here I am lying, just to tell you this one final truth. The person responsible for this is none other than my evil twin brother. He was the one that responsible for all the calamities that befell this place. He was the one that stole all of those women all this time, and I was silent about it. I couldn't speak up, as he was my brother. He was my mortal enemy, as well as my greatest ally. As he was my blood, flesh, and soul, encompassed into one. I couldn't bring myself to rat him out like that. What would I be without my brother? I would be just an empty shell, unable to exist anymore. But now, when I can feel my gluteus maximus about to get ruptured from this weight that befalls upon me, I beg of you, whoever might be reading this, please execute the justice. Please put my brother to the place where he belongs. And please tell Lini that I loved him. Your faithfully, Cowell, Gluteus, Maximus, Stelius. Sincerely, yours truly. And he put a little heart at the end of it. And he put like L plus C, which is always really cute. But here before you, I present the full story. This, how it's all unfolded. No single ounce of lie was withheld within my story. Only pure facts, logic, and truth was presented today in this beautiful court that we have before us. All I ask of you, beautiful audience members, is that you withheld the justice the Cowell deserves. That's all I ask of you. I'm staying right here as a mere messenger, not as a lawyer, not as a representative of this criminal right here, who is a part of Futui, which we all know to be the biggest scum on this planet. That's not who I am right now. I am merely a man presenting the facts and nothing but the facts. I implore you to make your own judgment and let your guidance be your morals and truth before you. Anyway, what was I doing?
Entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
What was I in a process of?
Name is
I kind of blanked out for the past 20 minutes.
He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Let's go with that one.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
There's a good point. Let's go with that.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lini as well.
Exactly.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
I like that.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. But Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample...
Okay, I actually didn't read that one. I probably should select that one. I like that. Okay, let's see.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. No one entered or left the opera house.
I think this could be a good clue. And the last one...
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Actually, that's a good one. Okay, no, those two either?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
Ah, they go in order? Okay, I didn't notice they would go into the order. I honestly blanked out completely. I forgot what I was doing. I don't think you can blame me for that, though. I had a emotional journey, if you will. Leaving aside how he died, Cowell had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could likely have been the sound of Cowell and Halsey struggling. Linné was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given time for Cowell to bring Halsey out of the magic box into the audience stands. But according to the guarder's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house, so even if he had taken her, there'd be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would have been discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
No, I'm pretty sure I already figured it out like 20 minutes ago. I already told the entire story. Have you not been listening, Paimon? Come on.
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
I beg your pardon? I already discovered the truth.
Since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track?
I don't know, Linny. A lawyer will never backtrack. It's like the first rule of lawyers. You stand onto your point until the dead end.
Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
Alright, Linny, you know what? Your beautiful words convinced me.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
I mean, to be fair, that is like the biggest question mark in here. How the hell did they both escape? It's like, there's 0 exits in there. Literally none. Unless it disappeared into thin air. It's like...
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely.
I mean... Unless there's like another secret path that was like specifically made beforehand, because it could be like one of those, you know, big boxes just has like a trapdoor behind them the criminal could have installed beforehand.
And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear.
I mean, speak for yourself, Paimon.
Like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
I mean, it could have been the case. Oh, so Farina was behind this. I knew it. I knew it.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
You stay quiet, you criminal scum. I'm always on your toes. Ooh. We go back in
If the
equal.
defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Father, please, please, hold on. I still have arguments to withhold, please. Alright, let me think.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
Okay.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Okay, interesting.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Exactly. Okay. Let's see. So, what would be the last one?
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take?
Okay.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
Okay, let's go with that one. The water was the last bit. I knew it. I knew something wasn't right. I was set up for failure.
I don't get it.
I don't appreciate
It all
it.
comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped.
That is true.
Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Okay, that's kind of interesting. I'm into it. Go on.
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment.
Woman, you're in a cold room. You know what? You know, your Sunday brunch. You cannot just shout stuff like that. You gotta shout objection. Jesus Christ, this lady has no manners.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
So Hydra can tell me that. Interesting. You know what? I request examination.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well.
That is your presumption and yours alone. Do not speculate about my client's state of mind. He is very traumatized right now by your absolute blunder of an argument. Look at him. His lips quivering. He even shed a tear right here. Just because it's imprinted upon his face doesn't mean it's fake.
Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
I do not appreciate you pointing your finger at me. That's very rude. And please do not do that. You'll make me cry.
I trust the traveler's judgment.
See, somebody trusts me here. That's good, that's good. And that's why you're gonna be the victor then, because you trust me.
The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense.
I mean, could be the case, but the thing is, I feel like I've proven my case multiple times already, and I spelled out the truth multiple times, and just nobody listened to me. Everybody ignored me, and I don't know if I appreciate that. I felt like my argument was very concise, very to the point, and withheld nothing within it.
Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him.
True, okay, I'm listening.
But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
I mean, that would be true, because, you know, there could be some stuff in there. I still believe that they both cooperate in some way or another. It was either the Halsey or the Cowl that did it. I said it from the day one.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
And what would I gain out of the Farina? Do tell me. What would be my intention?
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney.
See?
Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress.
I mean, where did you see a man like this make a wrong judgment? Come on. When a man like that tells you what he thinks, you just take it as a pure fact. You do not question it. You do not ask questions because you never need to. You just follow the order that he gives you.
Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowl.
Alright, let's see. What do we have?
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste.
Okay, go on. I'm listening.
We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately.
Don't give me the eyes, Liz. You know what I mean and you cannot deny it. Come on. You know I speak the gospel.
The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
Interesting. And why the purple? That's what I want to know. Never seen a purple water. That's weird.
The primordial sea.
I guess Novelette knows that.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
Okay. Probably we should have examined his body beforehand then if he, had such information on himself. That's probably a pretty big evidence. Not sure how we'll overlook that, but you know what? Easy to make mistake of judgment.
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times.
Okay.
One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty.
I feel like we've been played dirty because we went around to examine Cowell. And I'm like, if I was able to look into that man's possession, this court case would have ended like 20 hours ago.
The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
Okay, so did he transform her into a drug or something? Or like...
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
I feel like we won the case at this point. Like, what else are we gonna say?
You've gotta be kidding! People dissolving into water?
I mean, surprised audience member couldn't be surprised more.
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
I mean, astonished audience member couldn't be astonished more.
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
I mean, as an audience member, I could not be hesitant more, honestly.
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl...
Navia could not be Navia more.
Wait just a minute.
Alright, I'll stop.
That mean... You two, with me, quick!
Okay, Navia got something.
Mademoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Leave them behind. We'll find a way out.
Let's go. Just trust me.
Alright, wait to leave your partner in crime, I guess.
Order! Order!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Father. I will not speak again until you allow me to. I'm sorry. I will keep my mouth closed for now. Please continue. Jesus Christ. When a man tells you order like that, you just gotta stop, no matter what you're doing. Jesus. You see, you upset Novelette, guys. Unbelievable.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues.
I agree.
Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found.
I agree.
Guards,
whatever you say,
please continue
I agree.
examining the items along these lines.
Ooh, I didn't expect Novelette to, put me in my place like that. I was into that. I mean, that was very intimidating. And I definitely do not want him to speak to me like that ever again. Especially, on a one-to-one basis. I definitely do not want him to shout order at me, under a nice moonlight dinner with, a couple candles, a few glasses of wine. A nice steak between us. I definitely don't want him to do that. Why would I want that?
Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
I mean, to be fair, I would just join and be like, order indeed. I agree with both of you. Order shall prevail.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
Guys, I feel like we got Novelette on our side now.
If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hood! That one didn't make sense at all.
To be fair, yeah, I don't see where would you use it unless you're climbing out on the roof. But like, how would you do that even? From the box? Unless you gotta be have mad Spider-Man skills to pull that off. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure in Spider-Man with his spider sense, you cannot climb to the roof that fast. In like split second.
Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The thing is, if it's a drug, right? What does it do? Does it like dissolve your blood into water? Because if that's the case, that's pretty scary. Because I feel like the reason why Haley was not there is because the guy literally transformed her into water. Somehow. And she became water. And I'm like, why? First of all, and second of all, for what purpose? Just transform people into water. I mean, we're already water pretty much. Like 70, 90% probably water. And I'm like, do you need more? Water from the primordial sea. The liquid of the gods found in Cowell's luggage. Seems to have the ability to dissolve fontaines into waters. Fontainians, excuse me, into water. So, is it only works on fontaine people? Oh, we saved them. Ain't no water dissolving for us today. Right, I feel like Hook is useless. He has absolutely zero stuff to do with it.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
I mean, but why? It wouldn't make sense for the. I feel like Hook has nothing to do with it.
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water, and...
Okay, let's go with this.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this?
I don't think so. Lynette probably has not.
There was something else within the inner layer of that box. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the
Okay, let's go there.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Okay, I don't think Cowell would have anything to do with that.
Magic box on stage.
Let's try that and this.
I remember there was something.
Oh, actually, no. Sorry. I feel like it would be
the
this.
The deceased's name is Cowell. Lynette was in the magic box.
This.
Now
probably
it seems
the
like
hook.
The hook.
No?
The rope that held the water tank. The water from the primordial.
Are we missing? Oh.
Now it seems like the.
Okay, I mean, I kind of was on the right track, but I still don't understand how Hook is related. Unless it was kind of like triggered the fireworks somehow. But that would. Well, actually.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again!
I guess if the hook was deployed and as soon as it got like teared off or something, it would trigger the firework, which would like light up the rope and singe it so it would fall down. But that feels like too elaborate of a scheme for something like this. And why would he trap it onto himself if he was just trying to, you know, test his drugs? It's a bit weird.
In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target.
Okay, interesting.
When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
Okay, I mean, I didn't expect it to be with balloons, but alright, I guess.
When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey.
I don't see how this is happening, but okay.
Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage.
But how would Cole die as well?
But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Okay.
Huh. That does make sense.
I mean, first of all, how do we know there were balloons involved? We've never seen any balloons. But, okay, I guess.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
I'm not sure how, but, you know, I'll take it as the truth for now. I still need a little bit more convincing.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Karina, you see finally your flaw. You dare to go against me. That was your biggest mistake. As I am the justice here, and I shall prevail.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death.
I'm sure you're gonna elaborate, Lenny.
His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
Is it his twin evil brother?
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence.
Okay.
I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
And who could be this mysterious guest? Jolie just pops out of nowhere. I've just been, you know, out of town. I've just been imploring order everywhere I go. And I saw this attractive, handsome young man shouting order. And I just couldn't help but, you know, feel some sort of attachment to him. And I was like, what is your name, young man? He was like, Novelette. Oh, very nice, very nice. So what do you do? I am a judge. Jolie was like, interesting. So what are you judging? Court cases, what else? I was like, okay, interesting. I've never been to one. What is it like? Oh, you know, you just sentence criminals, you uphold justice, and you enforce order. Hold on, what do you say? Enforce order? But that's what I do. So you saying you're enforcing order without smashing meteorite onto somebody's head. Is that what you're saying? You know, like, yes. I enforce justice with the hammer of justice. Ah, fascinating. Do you mind showing me this procedure? I just want to take notes. And Jolene just rocks in, okay? So, osmanthus wine never tasted this. Start going about osmanthus wine for 20 minutes. I'm like, interesting, fascinating. I'll take that as evidence. Yes. Okay. Your Honor, I feel like, you know, the individual that was invited to the court has proven all the evidence we ever needed. He clearly stated that osmanthus wine never tasted the same, and I feel like that proves everything that I was trying to say. And Neville's like, yeah, I agree. I mean, it's as clear as it gets. So, close the case. Let's go grab some osmanthus wine on the way back and chat with that gentleman over there about life. Oh, also put Farina in like home arrest or something. I don't know. Just keep her away from me for now. It's adult time.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
Oh, Linny! You absolute beast, how could you betray me like that yet again? I swear to God, every single time I crawl out this hole, you put me back in.
What?
Unbelievable.
That can't be. Oh, I see. Well, how wonderful. your own counterattack only to come back and wound you.
Linnea, what are you doing to me? How can I deal with this? Every single time I climb to the top of the Mount Everest, I get dragged down by my own corner, really, but my own representative, but my own goddamn defendant. I'm getting dragged down. I cannot operate in these conditions. Why cannot I get somebody, like, give me Novelette to represent him. I'll represent him till the end. I'll die for that man, if I have to. Why do I have to represent Linnea, who drags himself down without me even doing anything?
Does this not clear all doubt?
Linnea, why are you doing me like this?
My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Ooh. Linnea, I'm gonna be real with you. Look me in the eyes. I thought we got this until now. Honestly, at this point, I'm not sure what's gonna happen. But there's one thing I can tell you. Brace yourself, because I'm gonna try my best, but I cannot promise anything. You might end up in the slammers tonight. And I cannot help it. Hi there, Neela. Hopefully you're doing great.
Vinny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent.
Okay. Do go on.
Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea.
Oh, thank you very much, Neela. I'm glad you enjoyed. You know, we're just having fun here, and I usually stream semi-regularly, so if you enjoy, you can pop in every now and again, and have fun with everyone. Just don't take anything I say too seriously. Usually I'm just joking around, but I hope you have fun.
But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime.
Oof. Truly a tumultuous task. Linnea, how could you do this to me? And then they had a battle. They approach each other like Georgia Joestar approached Dio, looked each other in the eyes, and they knew that they must commence a combat by trial. A truly honorable duel, unlike any.
He knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon.
Interesting. Fascinating.
Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
I mean, the last part, I can, you know, not to toot your own horn, Farina, there, but I can say for sure that they are pretty cold-blooded and ruthless, considering they tried to take over like 3 countries in a row. Actually 4 now that I think about it. Leeway was kind of involved, but not really, because Jean-Lee kind of allowed it. But still. Anyway, let's cross-examine it. Let's see what we can come up with.
Am I right, Mr. Linny?
I don't think so, and let me prove you wrong.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here.
You see, Aether, that's where you're wrong. There's no such thing as rebuttal with evidence. We're gonna make up evidence if we have none. That's a true lawyer way right there.
Is this the end of the road?
I hope not. I hope not. What would Jean-Lee say about me if I were to give up without upholding justice? What would Jean-Lee say if I would not uphold their order? He would be disappointed, and I cannot allow that. We will fight till the bitter end.
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this.
Paimon, do not concede so easily. We still have it.
Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I don't know, Paimon. That little man digging his own hole every single time I uplift him. I throw him like a rope to climb it. He pretty much cuts it off and like digs a hole even deeper. And I'm like, Linnea, what are you doing? I'm literally giving you the rope. Why are you digging the hole with a shovel? What's wrong with you? And then it's like, I don't like the sunlight. I like it here. I'm like, I mean, fair enough, but come on, you need to eat at least. And they're like, no. I have earthworms here. I'm good. And for water, rain will sustain me. And I'm like, Linnea, come on. You cannot live like this. Come on, get out, get a shower, brush your teeth, you know, comb your hair. And let's go outside and grab a jelly donut or something.
I think we've all seen enough now.
Unbelievable.
And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning.
I mean, flawless, a little bit of a stretch, but reasoning maybe. A strong maybe there.
I believe this is indeed the finale.
Well, that could be a finale to your own, you know, self-righteousness and the sense of superiority, because I'm about to learn you something, lady.
Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Novelette knows. Novelette's like, I'm about to end this woman's whole career.
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Oh, Navia. I knew she wouldn't leave me.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Navia, you better listen to the man. I'm scared, okay? Please do not shout at him. I'm afraid. What if he never wants to talk to me again? I cannot allow that. Just please be respectful. You're representing me here, okay?
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic?
You know what? Yes. I feel like this would be a good one. I feel like we all go a little bit tense. Linnea, you know what? This is as good chance as any for you to get into the box and make us disappear, because I don't want to be here anymore. I feel like that's our only way to get away with this. You know, do what you do best. Let's get out of here. Let's make a clean getaway. We'll take Novelette with us, you know. And we'll get out. We'll never enter Fontaine ever again. You know, we'll go back to Leeway or something. Surely will protect us there.
I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linney.
What kind of dark sorcery are you trying to pull here, Navia? You cannot bring a perfectly healthy woman back from being a puddle of water. Impossible.
What in the world is she saying?
Well, Navia is clearly about to perform necromancy. She's about to do unholy fusion yet again. And combine water with a perfectly, you know, some sort of dog or something. And we're gonna see a very disturbing image before our very own eyes. I've seen the Brotherhood, okay? I know what's about to happen.
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are
Quill in
beyond my
exchange is
scope of
gonna
appreciation.
turn for the worst. I can feel it.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion.
Come on, Linnea, I believe in you. Let's do this. I'm gonna be your assistant this time. I'm gonna be the one who will take a risk of a box falling on me. You know what? If that's what it takes to prove you innocent, I'm ready. My legs cannot be stronger, so I'll lift the box right up. We'll see what it's all about.
Once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again?
I mean, okay, I guess.
And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance?
I mean, that would be pretty cool. Because what if Linnea gets a woman out of the box yet again?
Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go.
I'll be...
Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf.
I found the exactly same looking young woman, and she's right in that box right there. Linnea, all you need to do is go into another box, you know, make audience count to 12 or something, you know, something not too difficult for them. and, you know, just show up and be like, ta-da, there you go, perfectly healthy lady. Do not check her documents. No, don't do that. You know, you see, she looks exactly the same. Anyway, case is closed. I'm gonna be on my way out.
But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
Okay, Linnae. As your lawyer, I allow you to do this, but look me in the eyes. Do not mess this up. Because if you mess us up, you mess me up. If you mess me up, you mess me up to Novelette. And if you mess me up to Novelette, I'm gonna be very unhappy. I might have to execute justice onto everyone here. And that involves involving Jean-Lee, bringing a planet-sized meteor on everyone here. And you don't want that to happen.
I understand.
Good. I'm glad we are on the same page.
And voila.
Okay. I thought it was done. They were like, alright, done. Jesus Christ, I knew it.
Sorry for the interruption.
Woman, were you in that box the entire time? I swear to God, if you were in the box the entire time, I'm gonna be very upset.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
Turns out this was Linnae the entire magic show, you know? The court case and everything is involved within the magic show. The murder mystery and everything, and Linnae is like, I hope you enjoy my performance, dear audience. You were part of this magic show. I fooled you all, haha. This, what I call true magic.
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence.
I goddamn knew it. I knew it. I didn't trust that woman from the first time I saw her. I knew she would be a criminal.
I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial.
And so will you. You will be put on trial for daring to deceive Novelette. There's a crime punishable by death.
I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Count me as well. Let's make us 4 of us.
Where should I begin?
I guess 4.5 if you count Paimon.
I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
I knew it. I knew it. You unbelievable criminal. Take this criminal scum away.
What? Why?
Farina, I want an apology written in bold blue letters in about font 12, Calibri font, professing your profuse apology to me and saying that I was correct, as well as giving me the personal contact information of Novelette and providing me with the authority to rule this country. Because I feel like we agreed to that beforehand. So now I am the Hydro Archon, and I believe you need to get out of here. Because this is my country now, and you are pretty much fired. So get out. Novelette, I'm coming, my boy. I'll be right there. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll climb somehow. I don't know where the stairs are, but I'll find them. I'll find them.
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt.
I knew it. I knew Venti was behind this. That goddamn bot ran out of drinking money yet again, so he went into criminal activities yet again. Ponzi schemes, I knew it. I knew he would be back to his old ways. He cannot help it. Dealer cannot sponsor him forever, you know? That man has zero patience for this kind of stuff. He doesn't like freeloaders, so he made him go on money. And what else can, you know, a beautiful little bard like him can do besides singing? Obviously go into criminal activities and scam people like this. I knew it. I knew it. I'm gonna have a very harsh talk with Venti when I go back to Mondstadt. How dare he deceive me like that?
I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one.
I mean, that's fair.
That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before.
Well, you never been caught before because I never called you before. Well, technically, I didn't call you, Navi did, but you know what? We are a team, and this is a team effort, and I am part of a team, so I feel like I caught you. So, if anything, you should apologize to me.
But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Okay, so Lene knew already.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief.
Ah, I see. So it was, well, wait. So, but wouldn't Lene recognize her then? If he picked her, he would know, right?
Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure.
I mean, Lene could have been. But he should have told us something. I mean, come on.
So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box.
Ah, okay, fair enough.
There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes.
I knew it. See, what did I tell you? She was hiding somewhere in there.
I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
I mean, probably.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
I guess so. The box falling down was actually, you know, just an accident.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily-Ann's perspective.
Okay. So, let's see, Halsey dissolved. Okay, let's go with this.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Okay, that makes more sense. And then, between Lily and Koval, let's go with
The flower
that.
vase was not broken to cover anything up, but it was smashed during the struggle between Lily-Ann and Cowell.
I mean, to be fair, I would put Novelette in my place. You know, as soon as I take over this nation, I would be like, Novelette, I would like to present you with the position of a new Hydra Archon. May your reign be eternal. And, you know, I would just be like, all I ask in return is to be beside you. That's all I ask. Because, you know, I don't want to rule the country without Novelette in there. Like, what's the point? I don't care about fame, money, power. Who cares? Novelette, though. That's what I care about. As long as that man is there, I'll be there.
Lily-Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
Yeah, that was a pretty smart move. See, I told you one of the boxes they've hidden. Paimon, once again, I am here, an Ace Attorney. You cannot add Ace just because you feel like it. I am Ace Attorney. You can be Detective Paimon, but not Ace in there. There could be only one Ace in here.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lily-Ann panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard.
Okay, interesting.
Hearing the commotion, Cowell into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved.
A true misconception. You know, if you put water on somebody, somebody dissolves immediately. I've been there.
He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket.
I still don't understand why Fontaine people dissolve by touching that. Like, what kind of unholy magic trick is that?
Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box.
Okay.
The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box.
Okay, that makes more sense. Interesting.
With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Okay, that makes more sense. Interesting. Okay, Nola, I feel like we proved our case. What do you have to say?
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
Without having any food, water, or ability to go and relieve herself. So probably, if I were you, I would not go into that box.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
I mean, I guess, but how? I'm pretty certain if somebody was right in front of my face, I would see them, no matter how engrossed in conversation I was. It's a bit of a stretch, but okay, I guess I'll take it.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Exactly. So, Novelette, make your judgment.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Exactly, canny audience member. Your eyes weird me out immensely, but you know what? I agree with you.
Bravo!
Cheering audience member, I cannot agree more. Clapping is in order. Look at that. Ah, beautiful.
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements?
Do your worst. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I thought.
Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial
Hi there,
is
Dan.
not
Hopefully
yet
doing great.
ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Novelette put this lady in her place. I knew it. I knew Novelette was on my side. I knew he wouldn't betray me like that. This face said it all. She knew that she messed up. And she knows that Novelette ain't playing around anymore.
What? Are you reading my mind now?
Exactly. Farina, if there's one thing I can give you as your opponent, is an advice. And the said advice, never point your finger at that man.
No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
No. No, I couldn't. If you were an honorable opponent, who abided by the law of justice and the law of the call room, as well as the honor between two, attorneys, I could have left you some room for dignity. But you dared to cross me. You dared to belittle me. You dared to put me down when I was at my worst. But when I'm at my highest, you dare to proclaim that I showed you mercy. Unbelievable.
Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
You see, Paimon, this is what happens when somebody crosses me. I cannot rest until I bring him all the way down to hell itself. And that's what's gonna happen to you if you cross me as well.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events.
Hi there, Abbott. Couldn't agree more, honestly. Hope you're doing great, by the way.
The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list.
Interesting. I agree.
With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen.
Makes sense.
To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved.
And he had a very creepy smile to go along with it, because, you know, every villain shall have that. You cannot have it without. It would just not be the same.
He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks.
Avid, I've given a beating to everyone who crossed me. There wasn't a single person there left unscathed. Except, I guess, technically Signora left unscathed because we never got, well, we did beat her. But the thing is, she got deceased afterwards because Raiden Shogun took her out. So I guess, yes, everybody who crossed us got the punishment for it. And we did beat Raiden Shogun as well, so you know, we beat everyone. Pretty certain there's no single... I guess, technically, the only one that we didn't get to tussle with would be the mad scientist himself, but that's probably for now. We're gonna come for him. One of these days. Daughter is gonna get what he deserves.
He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid.
To be fair, Linnea and Lynette, right, they are part of Futui, but I don't really see them to be Futui. Because they didn't do anything evil, and I feel like... Because the thing is, like, if we're speaking on a real note, I don't believe all the Futui are evil. Because, you know, Child is a good example. He, not particularly evil, you know, he's not particularly good, but he never did anything super evil. I mean, technically he tried to destroy the entire leeway, but, you know, we just pushed him into a corner. But he didn't do anything evil. All he tries to do is protect his, you know, family. And then, you know, you can get behind that. There's nothing, you know, that specifies that just because you are part of a mafia, technically, you need to be evil. I feel like the same with Lynette and Linnae, because, you know, they are just affiliated with the organization, you know, nothing wrong with that. But they don't do anything evil, at least. You know, they just try to do what they can. They try to help people, make people laugh, and, you know, I can respect that. Just because you're born into circumstance, which I assume they were, doesn't mean you need to be evil. It's the same with, like, a very good example is Eula. Eula is born into aristocracy, right? One of the evil households. She didn't let that defy her. She became a whole woman. She didn't, you know, just say, oh yeah, I'm part of a, you know, higher caste of people, so I just need to treat everybody else like trash. She was like, no, I don't agree with this, and I don't want to be like you. You know, went her own way, and respect that. I think that's the right way of going about things, you know? Be your own person, don't let others defy you and tell you what to do. Otherwise, are you really your own individual if you just let somebody else to defy you? I don't think so. Because if you decide yourself that you are evil, you know, it is what it is, you decide your own path. Because, you know, somebody like Doltre probably decided to be evil. That man is a little bit insane. But, you know, it's his path, he decided to go with that. And can you judge him for it? Yes, but, you know, you cannot say that it's wrong because that's what he feels like is right. And we cannot say what's wrong is right from our own perspective because we only can see stuff from our own perspective. We do not know what others think of it. Because, you know, Doltre might think he does something right. He might think this world needs to be purged. For whatever reason. And, you know, he has his point if he thinks that. Because it's his own moral view and the view on the world. And you cannot say that it's wrong or right. You can judge it, and you can say from your own perspective what you think. But morally speaking, right or wrong is very subjective. Anyway, I didn't mean to get philosophical about it. Let's get back into it. I just thought I'd share my opinion.
Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box.
I mean, as I said, you know, they're pretty much kids, so, you know, they just probably feel like she's like a big sister to them, and they don't know what she actually does behind the scenes. That's probably what it is. It's probably the same, like, child, as I said, like, his younger sibling, like, Tusa, whatever it was. He doesn't know that his brother, you know, part of a mafia. He doesn't know his brother goes around, probably kills a lot of people by orders, and, you know, infiltrates countries, and, you know, steals a bunch of stuff, confidential information. He doesn't know that. So to him, his brother is like, you know, an admirational figure. He respects his brother. He thinks that he's the best, you know, he thinks that he is this big and nice man who brings joy to other people. You know? It's just probably what it is.
When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise.
Interesting.
Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed.
Okay.
However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim.
Interesting. That moment when you become your own perpetrator and your own victim at the same time.
Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house.
It was like that guy in real life who committed, you know, he took himself out with like this elaborate scheme where he tied like the gun to a balloon, he shot it, and then balloon obviously flew away. So everybody, like police came and everybody was confused, like what happened? Why is this guy, you know, just laying in the middle of nowhere with, you know, a hole inside his chest for no reason? There's no any weapon around, there's nobody there, nobody saw anyone, nothing happened. And I feel like police spent like, I think, multiple weeks trying to find out what happened there. Was there some sort of like, you know, elaborate attempt to take his life or something? And I was like, nope, nothing like that. The way they realized what happened, they basically looked at his phone and they like find out, I think his search history literally said, the most elaborate ways to, you know, go into the beyond. You know, put it nicely. And I was like, interesting. So he made his own murder mystery at the end of his life. And I was like, okay, you know, I'm sure the police officers were very entertained by that. But just reminded me of that for some reason.
As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Yeah, it was for real. You can Google it. It was an actual real story. I think it was in America, like probably a decade ago or something, but it was a real story. The guy literally just, you know, just did it. I don't know why, but that was a real scenario, and I literally have zero clue why he did it. But I just thought it was really fascinating for some reason. Hey there, Sadvik. I mean, you know, there's one way of looking at it. There's definitely one way of looking at it. But, I mean, I just thought it was an interesting way to, you know, peace out and go in style as well. As I said, I'm pretty certain his family and loved ones saw it was a very elaborate way to say goodbye. But yeah, I don't know. It just reminded me for some reason. It's been ages since I read that story, but it just popped into my mind out of nowhere.
While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately...
Yeah, just Google it, Liz. I'm sure there will be like an article regarding or something. I might have like skewed a few details here and there, but that was like the general gist of it. It has been a while since I read it. There might have been a few more, you know, nuances towards it, but that was like the general gist from what I can recall.
This case, at least, can be handed over to the oratories to make the final decision.
I feel like we're looking good, boys and girls. I feel like we are in the clear. We're probably in the green. Let's see. Come on, almighty AI. Prove me right for once. Please do not punish me. I've already been punished by Gacha System too much. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I believe in us. Come on, tell me the good news.
Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Let's go! 100% win rate. 100% win rate. One case. 100%. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Excuse me, Paimon. I won this case. You were my protege, if anything. So I feel like 90% me, 10% you.
Great work, partners.
Nice. See, guys, this is what happens when we unite together and we bring criminals under the harsh punishment of law. We bring justice, we bring truth, facts, and honor on the line. And we prove that we are correct.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Exactly, Savik, exactly. You see, I proved myself. The only man that can match me is Ace Attorney in court. And that's only because I learned from the best.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn.
Exactly. Were you part of it as well? I bet Novelette knows it.
How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Ooh, is there gonna be an accomplice?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dare to bring before this court?
Farina, you already lost. I don't know what you're so upset about.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Oh, la la, there we go. Novelette's pulling up the big guns. Oh, bugger. You couldn't hide it with your beautiful emerald eyes right there. You dare lie to me? Unbelievable.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
I mean, how can you compare? It's like comparing, you know, ice cream to a cheesecake. You just cannot. They're both great. Both are perfect. You cannot compare them. The only thing you can do is combine them to get an ultimate treat. To get the ultimate experience of enjoyment. And that's what's gonna happen here. You gotta combine Novelette and Jean-Lee and get them together. You know, Novelette on one side, Jean-Lee on another. Both tightly hugged, you know, both arms together. And just strolling around, you know, 3 men at a time. Or, you know, 2 men and 1 woman at a time. And just going on a journey like that.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I don't think I want to go to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders.
To be fair, if I can become like Jean-Lee when I'm old, I feel like I achieved greatness in life. If I can become as refined, as calm, collected, and just exude pure elegance as Jean-Lee does and Novelette does, I feel like life is achieved, you know? Just in general. Perfection was granted.
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes?
I mean, I know the one you're talking about, but come on. You cannot blame me for that. You will not put me in a honey jail today, Liz. I refuse to go. I just escaped the justice system. You cannot get me back in there. I will not go back into the slabbers, not tonight. I've been there way too long. I need escape. I'll go back there when time allows it, but not tonight. Tonight we're victorious. And nothing gonna get me back there. Hi there, Star. Hopefully you're doing great.
Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know and seek the protection of the guards.
I mean, the only protection I need is protection of Zhongli. That's the only type of protection we're gonna need tonight. Wink, wink. Oh, jeez.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve.
I still want to know how was that possible. What unholy magic are we using to dissolve people? What the water has? Is it like sulfuric nitrate or something? You know, just pure acid that just dissolves you? Because I feel like if that was the case, why is it only works on fontaine people? That makes zero sense to me. What fontaine people have that we don't?
It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration.
Okay, interesting.
We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Go on. Jeez! The man straight up liquefied himself. I'm just as surprised. He turned into water. Unbelievable.
And now he can no longer talk.
I mean, I don't know about that, Lenny. You know, there's plenty of ways to make water talk. Just gotta be passionate enough. There's plenty of torture methods you can use of water, you know. You just gotta be creative enough.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
So, is there like a third party that's not Fatui then? Is that what we've seen here? Or is it Fatui just in disguise?
An outrageous act.
See, even Novelid doesn't like it. Unbelievable.
All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
I was like, are we seriously just gonna watch this man dissolve into water? I'm like, I thought it would be like a gradual thing, you know, just like him slowly like melting his skin and everything. You know, some sort of like Exorcist type situation, you know, where everything just dissolves slowly. But the man just purely straight into water. No even pre-game there. Just straight up. And I'm like, alright. I guess we're getting into it. They ain't playing around.
So, we're just going back now?
I mean, you know, it's bad when Fatui are being framed in here. You know it's bad. Because I'm pretty sure so far, Fatui were the only antagonist of this entire game. And if there's a third antagonist that frames the main antagonist, that's why I'm like, alright, well, how evil are you then? Are you trying to destroy entire civilization twice or something? Because that's what Fatui wants to do. The problem seems to have been solved for now.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Okay, I'm listening. Lenny. I can no longer be your lawyer. We won this case. So as a lawyer, I must rest my mantle. I must put my law book down and my hammer of justice, my lay to rest. I will retire from this industry with a 100% win rate and a perfect score of 1 win, 0 losses, and 0 draws. One day, I may come back. One day, I may mistake the lost system by its goozle yet again. But until then, I shall return to the mountains, like a monk that I am, and meditate on every law practice that ever existed, until I achieve the ultimate state the law of enlightenment. My third law, justice eye, will be opened, and I shall perceive all the law within this universe. The law of existence shall befall and become my loyal servant soon enough. But until then, I bid you farewell.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me.
I mean, you're literally like 90 degrees away from me. That's a turn and a half. Do you literally expect me to exert that much physical strength to look at you? Linne, come on. You cannot expect a man to do that much.
But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
You know, Linne, I did it for justice. I didn't do it for you. I did it to prove my innocence and to prove to everyone that I am the law, as it should have been.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight.
Well, if you can give me Novelette's personal information, as well as his personal phone number, I might consider forgiving you. But until then, I shall depart my journey to search for the handsomest man imaginable. I'm still yet to find one. Zhongli is a peak, but I'm a firm believer there's a peak behind a peak. There might be a man out there so great that as soon as you look at him, your eyes just melt away from the greatness. There shall be a man like that out there, and I shall discover them. One day.
I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all.
I mean, as I said, I never saw Linny was part of this. I feel like Linny just being framed for no reason. I like them. Like, Linny and Lynette are just good kids. They literally did nothing wrong. They've literally been sued for no reason. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. They're probably like 12 or something. Like, come on.
That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Knave? Is that one of Fatui's? I don't think so. Is it?
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Is that somebody we know? Is there? No? That doesn't sound familiar, is it?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past.
Okay, so that's her name. Okay. Thanks, Havik. Thanks for clarifying. Didn't know that.
Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets.
Okay, pretty sad.
To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks.
Alright.
I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever.
Oh, that's pretty sad.
Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks.
So, why do they refer to her as he then? Unless they're talking about somebody else. Is she known as he? Correct me if I'm wrong, it's a woman, right? I'm not crazy. Or am I?
He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
I'll let you know as a woman, right? Sadvik, please tell me I'm not crazy. I was pretty certain that they were a lady. Now I feel paranoid.
That streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me.
Okay, I see. So they just treat her as a father then. Okay, that's weird, but fair enough.
I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Okay, I really hope it's not the kind of magic I'm thinking of, because if it is, that's messed up. Please tell me that's not the case. I really hope so, because she's like 12. That would be really messed up.
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such...
I really hope so. Because if it is what I think of, it's not okay. That's... No.
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Please tell me nothing happened.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
Okay.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Okay, good. That's the one time I'm agreeing with Fatui. Good. That's what I like to hear. I'm not gonna have nightmares today. That's great.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm.
Good.
And had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement. All of them orphans.
Ooh, no. Jesus Christ, no.
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here.
I mean, fair.
I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles.
I'm glad the worst thing didn't happen, because I'm pretty sure we're all on the same page here, so I don't need to explain what I thought. But, you know, I'm glad that Linnea was fine, because she's a sweet kid, and I'd rather not think if something like that happened to her. It's not something that wore on my, consciousness. It'll be very messed up if they went their way.
But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Okay, so what I was thinking is that Angelina took them in first, but there was somebody else who took them in and Angelina killed the guy. Okay, that makes more sense. That's fine.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
I mean, French people do be doing some weird stuff, but I hope not as weird as that, because that's not normal. I'm really glad nothing happened, okay? I'm not, into that. I don't like kids being involved in that sort of stuff. That's... No.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
Okay, so is she a good guy then? Because... Okay, interesting.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis.
Okay, that's interesting. So, not all the Fatui, I guess, have the same goal. I like that because this shows that Fatui as a whole organization is not just, lunatics driven by revenge, conquering the world. There's some people that actually want to save it. And I like that. Because there's certain characters like Dotore who you don't really know what they're into. Because on one hand, he tries to do good things. Like, you know, he cured an incurable disease of Collie. Which, you know, you could argue he didn't mean to do that. He just did it for his own experiment. But he did it nonetheless. And he also, you know, tries to do other good things. But he also does a lot of evil stuff. So it's like, is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? Same was like Child. I think Child is more towards good. And then you have characters like Scaramouche who are pretty much evil all the time. He had nothing redeeming about him. And you also have characters like Signora who had zero redeeming factors about them. They were driven by revenge. So it's a very interesting dynamic going on. I quite into that. It's very nice.
Today's case has also proven
Shows
that
them to be
people from
human.
Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy.
I mean, you know, I guess that's what she's into. She likes to be both at the same time. I mean, she's a powerful woman, so, you know, can't blame her.
All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland.
Arlecchino is basically if you take Yellen and you take Raiden Shogun together and you mesh them into one, that's what you become. Pretty much.
To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
Interesting. Because I feel like when she comes out, she probably will be my favorite female character. Because, like, so far, I feel like she has everything I like in a female character. She's strong. She's smart. She, you know, means business. And she also looks awesome. Like, her eyes, the first time I saw them, I'm like, golly. That woman means business.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I mean, if that's even the case, they probably still do a lot of crime for it. So, you know, it's not totally justified means for the cause, but, you know, as I said, I'm not the one to judge.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you.
As I said, I feel like Linnea and Lynette, zero issue with them. Arlecchino, I need to see more of her. Because, you know, I still don't know her that well. But those two, absolutely fine with me. Zero
I
issue
just hope
with
you
them.
can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right.
I mean, are you kidding me? When we read the Genshin manga on one of the streams, I was like, man, I love Dotore even more after seeing what he was able to do, because I was like, he did what? He literally went to like a noble gathering, right? Pretty much just in front of everyone, belittled one of the greatest nobles there, and was like, alright, I'm peacing out. I was like, okay, interesting. And he also looks completely different there as well. But I love Dotore. Dotore is my favorite villain so far. Because, like, I have a soft spot for villains. And I like villains that have a very strong personality behind them. I don't really care if they're, like, purely evil or if they have evil for motivational sake or anything like that. It's nice if he does. So far, I don't really know. But I just like him as a character because he's so no one-dimensional as a villain. He has like his insane moments, he has his calm moments, and he also has like very interesting character development. Because, you know, when we went through entirety of Sumeru and like interacted with him, we saw him from very different perspectives. And I like that. That's very nice. So I'm very looking forward to seeing him again, if we do.
If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Oh, Linny, absolutely no worries, my big boy. I'm sure we're gonna become good friends. I mean, to be fair, Alicino, I hope her entrance will be like mind-blowing, you know? I hope she just rocks up, you know, full parade and everything. You know, with some nice entourage music.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
I mean, I'm a little bit of a magician myself, Navia. A man needs to live in style. Especially a man who just won his court case, you know. I'm not the one to stand for standing ovations. I'm here merely as a mortal human. I'm not as great as Novelette. I can all receive their praises. All I'm here for is to bring justice and to leave swiftly out the wind.
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Yeah, I do know that one, Sadvik. Was it like some sort of experimental lab that he ran? Because I thought that was basically just him, you know, being a doctor there. Did he do something evil? Because I honestly don't remember. Liz, if you want me to review your account, I definitely can do that. As you know that I'm very casual when it comes to actual gaming side of Genshin, but I do know how to build characters. If you want me to do that, I can definitely do that for you. We can hop in on one of the streams and check it out. I mean, I did it for Greg, so if you want something similar done to you, I can definitely do that. I will definitely, you know, test drive your Zhongli and feel how strong he is. And you better build him as DPS, because if you haven't, my disappointment's gonna be immeasurable.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Ah, interesting. I forgot about that. Or maybe even never saw it. So, he used like God's essences to cure them, but also to experiment on them. That's interesting. So was like Scaramouche basically like his final experiment then? So he did trial runs before him. That's fascinating to me. That's interesting. Because I mean, technically he did succeed with Scaramouche because he made him into a god, even though not like fully completed one. But I'm fascinated by that because technically now Dothraki can just make gods. Maybe like half gods, but gods nonetheless. And that's terrifying to me because like that man can just make, and since he has a bunch of clones as well, he can just make his clones into gods over and over again until he has an army of gods. He can literally have an army of Zhonglis if he felt like it. And that's horrifying to me. I feel like no man should be allowed to wield such power.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now?
I mean, yeah. I forgot that he gave him a bunch of mental trauma. Because, like, on one side, yeah, you're not physically inept anymore, but, like, your brain is completely gone. And your sanity is shattered. So you can't even perceive yourself as a human anymore at that point. You're pretty much just like a broken vessel. You have a healthy body, but, like, there's nothing inside of it. So it's even worse existing at that point. I do see what you're saying, guys. I didn't think about it that way, honestly.
And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
I mean, I think at the end of it all, he probably will test out on his own clones and make them into gods. Because I feel like his boss fight is just gonna be a bunch of his clones, you know, the half gods, and we just gotta find them all. It's like 20 of them. Because technically, didn't he say he has like 100 clones or so just roaming around Teat? And just go into different places, and they have like different personalities as well? Because he like split all of his personalities into different bodies. So they all go into random places and just, you know, find things for him to experiment on. Which is insane in of itself, but imagine if he, like, makes them into gods, all of them. The man literally can conquer Teat by himself at that point. It's, like, insane. But that's why I love him so much, because that man might have a screw loose, but goddamn, does he make it look awesome.
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all.
I mean, he might make like a Megazord at some point, you know, like in Power Rangers. Just combines all of the noses and just makes a giant flying robot that just goes straight to Celestia itself.
Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
I feel like Dotra might be the final villain. I feel like he might use, you know, Cryo Archon for his own gain, and then Dotra will turn out to be the final villain. I feel like that's a plausible scenario, honestly.
Don't say that, Navia.
I mean, Sadvik probably has better theories than I do, because Sadvik is a lore enthusiast. I'm merely a lore enjoyer, so I don't know as much as Sadvik does, but I like to speculate about stuff like that as well. It's very fascinating to me.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
I mean, I think that's, like, the most plausible scenario, Star, honestly, because, like, that would make the most sense. Because I don't think Saritsa is evil, personally. I feel like she is an anti-hero, if anything, but I hope there's going to be some sort of cool twist at the end, and I feel like one of those, like, Dotra becoming the ultimate evil probably would be a cool one. Probably not plausible, but I feel like that would be a nice one. Or, you know, something about, like, the main Futui guy, you know, being God himself and, like, trying to play Tsaritsa or something like that, I don't know, for all her worth, and, you know, just bring all her power together just to defeat Celestia even further, because we technically still don't know who lives in Celestia. We only saw, you know, the Enforcer of Heavenly Principles. We still don't know who is there. We've never seen a single god from there. So it could be like a bunch of gods. They're just sitting there, you know, watching us what we're doing. And they might interfere at some point in the story. Or they might be among us, and we just don't know them. They just might be hiding human bodies, just waiting for the chance to strike at the Archons. Because, you know, Archons are technically on humanity's side because they cut off all the connection with Celestia. And they don't really interact with it anymore, as Jean-Li said, really. So it would be very interesting to see interactions between them. Or between us, really.
Waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer.
I mean, the only thing that we know so far is that Jean-Li was the strongest god before. So technically speaking, there isn't any god known, at the very least, that was stronger than Jean-Li at his prime. So we technically can estimate that the gods of Celestia are at the very least stronger than Jean-Li now. Because Jean-Li lost his powers, right? So they probably on the level of Radiant Shogun, if I had to guess. At the very least, probably the weakest one of them. Probably the strongest one of them would be like almost as strong as Jean-Li was at his prime. And that would be my guess, and that would probably be like a second god, because we technically don't know the specific ranking between them, because Radiant Shogun is strong as hell, right? But we don't know how strong she was compared to everyone else. The only reason why we know Jean-Li was the strongest is because he used to be a war god, and he used to be, you know, the main enforcer of Celestia, or whatever that meant. And that's the only reason why we know that. But we still don't know all the ranking, we don't know who else is involved, we don't know which god's still alive even, because we know that Jean-Li slaughtered like half of them, but there's still zero information about who is still alive besides Archons. Because there clearly should be some in Celestia, like, it can't be just a flowing rock without anyone.
Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me.
I mean, it's hard to say because Jean-Li doesn't fight anymore. Because the thing is, I feel like Zhongli is still the strongest just because of all his battle experiences, and he probably still has a lot of cards hidden up his sleeve if he went all out. You know, if there was like a fight, you know, to protect Li Wei, I feel like Zhongli would have ways to like annihilate the enemy even without his godly powers. I feel like he would still have hidden aces up his sleeve. Because like, you can't just become a war god based on only your powers that Celestia gave you. That wouldn't be possible, I don't feel like. He probably has some sort of like, as I said, Noz's equivalent type of powers that we just don't know about and he never uses. Because, you know, ain't no man who can summon a meteor out of the sky is weak, you know? I refuse to believe that. But he did probably become significantly weaker after giving it up. How weak, how significantly, I don't know, but that's what happened to Venti, you know? When he got his nose taken, like he said, he literally can do barely anything. But I feel like that's because Venti never cared about power. So, because Raiden Shogun never used noses, she's powerful as hell. She literally can split the goddamn islands in half just because she felt like it. And I'm like, well, if that shows how strong a god is, even without noses, then Jesus Christ.
Wait, should we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
I mean, I feel like the ranking of the Archons at the very least right now, I feel like Zhongli would probably be first, then would be Raiden. I feel like Nahida would be third, even without her, like, all the powers, you know? I feel like Venti would be fourth, and Nahida, Furina probably fifth. Because I feel like Furina just doesn't know how to use her powers yet. She feels like the most childish out of them all, and Nahida is a little child. But I feel like Nahida, just because of all the knowledge, and because she's part of Irminsul, she probably has more power than Venti. Probably. I don't know if that's the case, but you know, I just feel like Venti doesn't use his powers at all, so it's hard to tell what he's capable of. But he probably is, you know, still capable of summoning like a storm or something if he felt like it. But it's hard to tell.
Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
I mean, I feel like he was the weakest of all the Archons just because he never pursued power. Because, you know, he never cared about that sort of stuff. He just cared about having fun, you know, enjoying his time with his people and, you know, just living a carefree life. Because he never wanted to become an Archon, that's the thing. People like Zhongli, Raiden, you know, well, Raiden to an extent because her sister used to be, you know, Nahida, reincarnation of herself, and I assume Furina to some extent. They all became Archons because, you know, they were either entrusted to. Zhongli probably became just because, you know, Celestia just came to him and be like, oh, can you lead this war? And he was like, oh, okay, I guess. Because Zhongli is the only one that I feel like is strong enough to say no. If Celestia originally asked them to, you know, can you go down there and enforce law on Earth? Because Zhongli could have probably just said no. He's strong enough to say no. But he felt like doing it, so, you know, it's hard to tell, really. Because we still don't know what the hell gods are all about. We still don't know what their original plan was for even going down there to establish countries and whatnot. It was never specified what they originally wanted. Why was the war even started? Like, what they were fighting against? Just for control? Why would they do that? They're already omnipotent. Why would they care about mere scraps of land? So that's something still to learn.
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Ah, I see what you're talking about, Lizzie. I completely forgot about that one. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't quite remember myself that one. I mean, we literally get to know only like 5 gods, I think. And I think Osalis was the only one that was alive. Well, technically alive. He's still sealed. We learned about the Salt God who peaced out. We learned about the Storm God, you know, the one that Venti killed. Primordial God, which makes it fourth, and the Bone Dragon. I think he was technically a god. The one that died off. The one that Dvalin fought. Forgot his name. Forgot his name. But that one, basically the Plague Dragon. I assume he was a god, because I assume Dvalin is as well. And Boris is as well. I think that's all. I'm pretty certain we didn't get to know any others, unless I'm mistaken. I mean, I guess if you count the giant snake, the radiant slashed in half, yeah, that could have been God as well. So maybe 6. But yeah, after that, I'm pretty certain that would be all. I can't quite think of any others. Ah, Gooba. Yeah, but Gooba is still there. I'm talking about the gods that are technically deceased. I'm not counting all the ones that, you know, are still there. Because yeah, Gooba, obviously the best god of them all. Are you kidding me?
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer?
Also, Durin was not a god actually. Alright, I forgot that completely because I thought he was a god of some kind, maybe? Because I honestly can't remember that story that well. I know that they fought each other. That's as far as I remember somebody made him, right? Somebody. I can't quite remember. Was it Albedo's teacher? Or was it somebody else? Because it was part of Albedo's story where they revealed him, I think. Where they talked about him. Because like the Albedo is like some sort of, you know, being from... They can destroy the world as well. I don't know if you would technically count him as a god, but he's, you know, technically not human.
Alright then, let's have our farewell meal.
Alright, I'll get on Disco, Savik. Let's see. What are you trying to show me? Let's see. I see you guys popping off in here already. The Flex channel has never been more lively. Alright, you want me to pop it into voice chat? Alright. Alright, Sabi, go on. You can speak your mind, I guess.
Yeah. Am I on the stream because I'm on my phone, so I won't be able to listen, I think.
And those that
it's fine, don't worry about it.
Tend to stay a while.
Yeah, so like the story of Albedo, I think like do you remember that event where they had like a tea party of all those mages and such in the wind bloom, like last year?
Yes, I do. Yes.
So there was that character in there called Gold, right? Granddaughter. And Granddaughter is like an alchemist who like opened rifts in the abyss and all that stuff, and all those different tons and tons of monsters came. Like during Guidance, the second story quest, we saw all those like wolves in the thing.
Okay, yes, kinda.
Yeah. So those were the monsters that were created by, like, though they weren't created, they were more like summoned. Same thing, like the dragon Durin was created. Now, if you go on this island on the like left side of Fontaine, right? Like there are 3 islands, right? Like one is the main port of Fontaine thing.
Yeah.
Second is here, like in the Opera Epiclus, where you are having all these trials and such, right? And there's the third one where all the Melusine and the civilization is. So if you go on the surface, you can see like another skeleton like we have in Yashuria.
Okay, that's interesting because I only knew the Durin skeleton was in the what's the region called? Yeah, Dragonspine. Sorry, blanked out for a sec. I knew that one, but that was only because it was playing inside. I didn't know there was more. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
This third one was also like summoned by gold.
Okay, so there was multiple of these guys. Were they like just mass manufactured then? Is that the case?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Like, if you are creating an island like dragons at that point, it's mass scale. I don't know.
I mean, that's very fascinating because I didn't know that. Because I mean, I know you into lore a lot, and you probably know the most out of us all. But when it comes to lore, the way I treat it is, if it's plain in sight, I learn it. If it's, you know, if it's hidden somewhere, I probably don't know anything about it. Because
that's a bad thing with ancient book. Because the most important text, the most important lore is about the primordial one, right? And what do we have about it? A single book that is.
I honestly forgot. I honestly forgot completely about Primordial God before you even mentioned it. It was so long ago that I can't even remember it. I honestly forgot there was even a mention of it before you mentioned it, honestly. But that's fascinating to me because I do remember it now, and I'm surprised Jean-Li never mentioned it, because I feel like Jean-Li would be the only one who would know about him even. All the other gods feel like they would be too young to even know him, because like, I remember the first time I've been to Dragonspine and I saw these bones, I was like, alright. So this is a dragon.
So you probably don't know this, okay? I mean, you might have known this, but I mean, it's just skipping your mind. We have the skeleton of Urabashi, the god, this like serpent god on Yashuriel, right?
Alright, interesting. So where's the island that you talked about? Is it one of these?
Like the island that's that Raiden split in half.
Ah, I see. You talking about the snake one. Right. Yes. Yeah, I forgot completely. So this one.
So do you know why Urabashi was killed?
No.
So the book Sun and Moon, it has all the information about like how the world was created and like the creation myth of Genshin, right? And how the first civilizations started under the primordial one.
Yeah.
Now, that is a forbidden text, and if you have read it, then the celestial gods, etc., they are like, okay, you know how you have forbidden knowledge, and therefore you must die. So bye bye. Now they gave Urabashi, who was the god of economy and its people at that time, a choice that you can either die fighting us, and we will kill you and your people, like the people of Enconomia, the whole civilization. And like it was like, I don't know, man, I can't really tackle the whole thing. And like he was a good god, so it's like, why should I have my people die for my sins, right? So it's like, okay, I will stage a rebellion, fight against the like people of Inazuma. Like have a false rebellion and have the Raiden sisters kill me.
Interesting. I didn't know there was a deeper story to that, because honestly, I thought it was just as simple as it gets, which is, you know, you just go into the fight. Mikoto was killed. We don't know. I didn't know if we ever got told how. I just assumed she died in a fight against this giant serpent somehow, but I didn't know how. And yeah, that's very interesting. Also, I didn't know Inazuma has new enemies. I never saw this scorpion thing. This is the first time I ever seen it. This is...
They are putting this like retroactively wherever the gods.
Oh, interesting. I just didn't know.
God residues, etc. They're putting it there.
Ah. Because, like, I haven't been to Inazuma in over a year, so I forgot what is even here.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting to me. Well, thanks for explaining that, Savik. That was very informative to me, honestly. Because when it comes to lore, as I said, I only know bits and pieces. I don't know, like, nits and gritties of it. So whenever somebody explains to me the intricacies of, like, the hidden lore, if you will, that's very appreciative to me, honestly, because
I'm totally into this stuff. I'm always ready to blabber on about this stuff.
I just don't have the patience for it, honestly. It's like, there's so many books in Genshin that it's like, I don't have even the patience of finding them all, let alone reading them all, because like, I don't know if Greg has them all, but look at all of this. It's like, there's so many. And there's have like, some of them have like 12 chapters to them. And they know small, like look at this. This is a wall of text. This is like a mini novel. And that's just one of them. Like, it's so long. And I just don't have the patience of reading them all. It's too much. But I appreciate people like you who, you know, dedicate their time, effort into, you know, reading all this stuff and then informing ignorant people like me about it. That's very appreciative of you, Savik.
You know, you're saying like something about this. You thought the first ride and like the first Electro night fighting or Abashi or thing.
Yeah.
So like we don't know how she died. Like it can be something similar to that. But what we know is that when this whole thing started 500 years ago, right?
Yeah.
The Cataclysm, as I say, she was in Anthony at that time. I don't know what she was doing there, but
we'll do some
bad timing, I guess.
Yeah. We'll do some domain guys while Savik explains a little bit of the law, just to keep you a little bit more entertained, I guess. So I don't just run around the map doing nothing.
Actually, I should go to sleep. It's like 3:30 a.m. here.
Yeah, I do know that you usually have like a time difference, which is pretty large as well. So I really appreciate that you can stick around. But if you need to go to bed, just let me know. I don't want to keep you around, you know, if you have stuff to do tomorrow.
No, you should get back to stream. I'll just go to bed now.
Absolutely.
Bye, guys.
Absolutely no worries, Savik. Take care. Alright, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. That was, you know, a little bit of a interesting law discussion. I hope you heard Savik, because even I had a little bit of an issue. I think he was a little bit on the quieter side since, you know, it's nighttime for him, so he can't really talk too loud. But that was quite interesting, honestly. He gave me some really good insight on stuff that I personally never thought about it. Because, like, I didn't think that there would be multiple of those dragons before. I thought there was like a one-time experiment and that was it. I didn't think there would be more of them. Because now that I do know that, it's kind of trippy. That somebody can just make those dragons over and over again. Because Dvalin, the god, well, one of the, you know, semi-gods, got almost killed by fighting one of him. And imagine if you have like 20 of them. I'm pretty sure even Zhongli himself will have trouble going against them. It's like Dotra's wet dream, you know? Which is very interesting. I like that. Alright, let's do some domains and see if we can get something good. I know Sty was probably a little bit on a lot quieter side. As I said, even I had a little bit of an issue. I probably should have, you know, spoke up about what he said. But basically what Savik explained, right? There's an island somewhere in Fontaine that has a bunch of, like, dragon skeletons, from what I could understood. And there's basically an indication that there was more of those Druid guys before, and somebody made them. And I think he mentioned something about Primordial God being involved in that. So I assume, from what I could understand, the gene of this Primordial God was used to create these guys. So it's basically like a never-ending factory of them, and somebody making them. Or made them before. Don't quote me on that. That's what I could understand, honestly.
Stabilize.
Dare to mess with me? Ears of the storm.
Absolutely no worries, Savik. As I said, I really appreciated it, your time. Because I know it's very late for you, and honestly,
Gotcha.
I didn't expect you to stick around this long on the Monday. Because, you know, usually you find was on weekends, but Monday's a bit rough on you, I know. But as I said, really appreciate it. And honestly, have a nice rest. You deserve it.
Wind rises.
Alright, I probably should have changed the team a little bit, because Yellen is not the best for this domain. We'll probably do that later. Because of all the water slime, she's a bit underpowered.
You dare to gaze upon me?
Ooh, nice, nice, nice.
Wind rises.
Alright, let's see if we can get something good. Last time we got decent drops, and honestly I'm expectant of getting at least one good artifact. If we do that, I'm gonna be a happy camper. If we cannot though, my disappointment gonna be immeasurable. My day most likely will be ruined, but you know, we'll see how it turns out. Not great. Not great. Alright, you know, the first is always a warm-up. The first one is usually... actually, let's change up the team while we're at it. I'll probably add, like, I don't know, some electro support or something. Let's see, what do we have? I actually add some pyro stuff for some vapor. Let's go with Stenari. It's gonna be a nice little,
You ate a poisonous mushroom this time.
actually... Let's go with Ayaka.
Kamisato Ayaka, present.
She's gonna be my sub DPS for this.
Swollen Fury.
I mean, Star, honestly, you reading my emotions every single time. Because the thing is, for me, every single time I found any domain, it doesn't matter what it is. 95% of the time, I don't get anything good. It's just, you know, it's something I accepted, and it's something I came to peace of mind with. Because honestly, it's very rough to be disappointed all the time. So at some point you're just gonna, you know, accept the good stuff will not come. And that's how you attain peace of mind. Because, you know, when good stuff does come, that's what gonna be a little nice surprise for you right there. I know some people, right, who pretty much have like godly rolls. Like, I know multiple people who have plus 50 crit value artifacts. And I'm like, I'm struggling out here to get even 40. How do you manage to get 50? What kind of unholy magic are you using? Who do you need to sell your soul to get that? Because you know what? I might need to do that. Because that's what it takes to get good stuff. You know, it is what it is. Because I think the best artifact I ever got was 46 crit value, I believe. If I'm correct. I will need to double check that, but never go over 50. No single time. And even 40 ones, I have maybe 4 or 5 at most. And that's if I'm generous, honestly, because this is usually the stuff they get. This is usually like a case by point example of the things that this game gives me. Which is, you know, a little bit disheartening, but not much you can do about it. Yeah, that's, I remember, so, a little bit of a story time. I guess we can do the main while I tell it. So, my first ever character, my first ever 5-star that I ever got was Diluc, right? And Diluc's domain is one of the worst to farm because Lava Walker is the worst possible set that absolutely nobody can use, right? Because if you farm something like Heart of Depth, you know, you have Blizzard Strayer right there, so, you know, it's nice to artifact sets. And the same was like, you know, Anima set forgot the name of it. You know, you have a healing artifacts there, which is nice, you know. Same with like Noblesse, you know, you get physical damage if you want to build there. The Witch one is horrible to farm because Lava Walker is horrible. And I remember vividly, I spent once upon a time 3 months to farm for deluxe artifacts. And I got nothing but Lava Walker artifacts. And I'm not even capping, I only got good Lava Walker artifacts. I haven't got a single Witch set artifact that was good. Not a single one. And that just shows how unlucky I was. I still am, probably. When it comes to artifacts, at the very least.
I will have order.
But you know, that's just how it is. So at a certain point, I just gave up. And I remember coming back to it like a year later. And just for fun, because, you know, I think that was at a time when Hotao came out. And I kind of wanted to build her anyway. So I did a few runs. And I swear to God, I got, I think, 40 crit value cup. Like pyro damage. I got a very nice sense, I think, with about 30 crit value, which is, you know, not insane, but it's usable. And I already had, like, decent flower and feather prepped. And I think I got, like, really nice crown with crit damage about... No, actually crit rate, and about 25 crit damage. So, and I got all of that in about 100 runs only. Compared to, like, probably 1,000 I did in those 3 months. And I was like, okay, I mean, I guess I'll take it. Because I spent all of my, like, resins saved up on that domain that day and got some decent stuff out of it. Surprisingly. But yeah, usually that never happens. Yeah, Pyro characters are cursed. I pray that Genshin will invent a better Pyro artifact set, so Crimson Witch will just die out. Because that domain is godforsaken, and whoever invented Lava Walker deserves to burn in hell, honestly, because that's purely evil. To make an artifact set, they're useless. They're absolutely nobody can use. And they probably knew it as well, that nobody ever gonna use it. Because who needs elemental resistance? Like, who? And for what? Because if you need elemental resistance, you play in a different kind of game.
Know your place. This is order.
But yeah, that's basically my experience with farming artifacts. It was never good. Sometimes I would get lucky, but that was like on very limited occasions. And majority of the time, I would just get punished. So yeah, that's why all my characters were never built like super well. They were just built to the point where they're usable. I never strived towards perfecting my characters because I knew that will never happen. And I always was jealous of people who can just, you know, go to domain, farm it like 10 times and get something good out of it. Because to me, those 10 times would need to be multiplied by like 10. Once in 100 runs, maybe I'll get something good. But that would be very rare. But you know, it is what it is. I unfortunately have the same luck with Honkai. It's just, you know, the curse keeps persevering, no matter which game I'm trying to play. Artifact just never like me. And you know, it is what it is. As you can see, this is pretty much how artifacts go for me every single time I try to do them. Absolutely nothing good. Let's see, can we roll something at least somewhat decent? Do I have anything saved up that's kind of usable? I have this circlet, but it's HP, so there's nothing too exciting there. This is defense, pyro damage. We might try that one, because why not? Pyro damage is always usable. HP, attack. This might be a decent one. Let's try this one and see if we can get crit damage as a last one. Because we might be able to. I don't know, Star. That's a question that I want to ask everyone who mains anyone. Like, people who main Diluc, people who main Hutao. I have such a strong respect for them because I'm like, you probably have experienced hell unlike any. You probably know what hell's gonna feel like when you get there. You know? They just get down there and they're like, alright, how many artifacts runs do I need to perform here? 1,000 to get a good piece? Oh, that's child business. What do you mean? There's some rookie numbers. But yeah, I have nothing but respect to those people. They you know, they've been physically endured and physically enforced and reinforced by trials of fire unlike any. And I have nothing but respect for those people. Because, you know, I was there. I was on the front lines back in the day. Not anymore, but once upon a time, I was there. You know, farming them domains. And trying to see if Lady Luck will bless me for once. But she never answered. No single time was she like, Lux, I feel your pain. Here you go. Here's a nice little pyro cup for you. With some crit rate and crit damage on it. There you go. I swear to God, I got Pyro Cup Lava Walker before I got the Crimson Witch one. My cup on my Diluc on my original account is Lava Walker. Because I never got Crimson Witch one. I never did. So I had to settle for off-piece one. Luckily, all the other ones I had were Crimson Witch, so I could allow myself to do that. But I was like, really? You're gonna give me this absolute... It was like, I think, attack percentage, elemental mastery, and then crit rate, crit damage. And I was like, are you seriously gonna give me cap that good? And it's not gonna be Crimson Witch? Are you for real? I was like, you know what? Alright, I'll take it. And lo and behold, when I rolled it, I saw the face of a god himself. In the form of like 45 crit value or something. And that was glorious. That was a good day. I remember like it was yesterday. I don't think there's anything else super exciting. I mean, we have this goblet. Might as well try it. Could be something good. Energy recharge is not a bad one. Honestly. Energy recharge is like one of the better ones to get when it comes to that stuff. Okay, let's see. Energy recharge again. Interesting. I don't think that's a bad thing. I wouldn't say it's a good thing, but energy recharge is usable. It's not the worst possible roll, let me put it that way. I've seen worse. Energy recharge is one of the more welcome ones. Not so much flat defense, though. Not so much flat defense. Oh, jeez. I don't think there's anything else usable in particular. Swear to God. I guess let's do this one. I think Greg already started the other one. So let's try to do these challenges, see how they feel. I mean, Star, I'm pretty sure it's easier to, you know, win a jackpot than it is to get a good circlet. Because I swear to God, in my 2 years of playing this godforsaken game, I think I got... I don't know. Like... maybe 3 crit damage and crit rate circlets with crit damage and crit rate as a substat. Maybe 3. And that's me being very generous with that. Because 3 is like me saying, you know, I won jackpots 3 times. It's almost impossible.
This ought to be entertaining.
Okay, let's put Kazuha.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, I feel like that's a good team. Ah, wait. Alright, I'll take it back. I didn't know there would be Hydro enemies. Okay, you know what? Should be fine. I'll just use Aika.
Embrace the ice. Clouds high. The birds call into the wind. My apologies.
This is order.
Alright, let's go.
One with nature.
Oh, my Aika's stuck.
One with wind and cloud. Into the wind. Whirling snow.
Alrighty.
Kamisato art. Soretsu.
Honestly, defense is the most forsaken stat I've seen in the game. I swear, every single time I get an artifact with defense substat, I have like this premonition that it's gonna only roll defense. It doesn't matter what other stats are there. It could be crit rate, crit damage, and like attack percentage or something. It will only roll flat defense. Flat defense is like pretty much an indicator that you're not gonna get anything good out of it. And I swear to God, if anybody ever managed to avoid flat defense, they're a wizard, unlike any, because I never managed to do that. And as I said, I'm a true believer that that stat is pretty much a game itself telling you that it hates you whenever you get it. Alright, let's go again.
Order guide you.
Alrighty. Feed these guys a bit. And there we go. Alright, that was nicely done. Not too bad, even though one of my characters was pretty much useless. Okay. Let's collect all of this. Let's go to this one. Oh wait, are they all in the same place? Ah, right, okay. Let's go with 3 stars, same team.
There's no end to this. A new job. Cry.
I mean, Liz, as I said, totally understand. I mean, you've seen my artifact rolls. And tell me how many times when there was flat defense, I ever got anything good. Because I can tell you, probably was none. I would be very surprised if there was even one. Because I'm a firm believer that whenever the flat defense rolls, that's when sadness appears. Nobody ever was happy to see flat defense in their life, you know?
Solidify. Be still.
It's like going to an ice cream store and not finding your favorite flavor in there, you know? Or it running out. And the only thing that you have is like plain vanilla or something left. You know, it's just sadness just comes over you immediately. And you cannot describe it. It just happens. And you cannot do anything about it. Alright, where are you? Stop hiding. Is he not here? Oh, there you go.
Gather. I will have order.
Stop playing hide and seek.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Whirling
Cascade.
Ooh, nice, that's nice. I mean, the Emir here is pretty decently built as well. Let me see. Where is she? I'm pretty sure Greg just built her, like, you know, randomly, but her stats are actually decent. Some decent circular as well. She has some decent stuff. You know, especially this feather. Like, this feather is mighty nice. Because I think she is, yeah, 68, 144. You know, not the greatest, but pretty decent. Pretty decent. Okay, should we try steadfast difficulty? I feel like that would be a nice little adventure. Okay, let's try it. Let's go with the same team. See how it feels.
Another test subject.
Clouds high. The birds come.
Order guide.
Probably should be able to do that, but we'll see.
Take flight.
Ooh, there's some tough guys.
Kamisato Arc. Suiyu. Cascade.
Okay, interesting.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
Let's group them up. And then a little bit of justice.
Solidify.
I mean, that is truly is. That is true. I mean, that man is built different.
Be still.
I mean, to be fair, if you have Ayata already, I don't think you need Novelette.
Stabilize.
I just want him because, you know, he's Novelette. Like, come on. But I think I'm more interested in the wolf guy. I forgot his name. As a character that I actually want. Because I feel like he's fairly unique. And he's also Cryo. Which I probably need. Because I only have Ayaka, I think, as a Cryo unit. So it's good to have multiple options.
Another test subject.
Adorn my night.
Cascade.
Okay, let's see.
Stabilize.
This is a rough one.
Mind the danger.
I mean, that's fair, Liz, that's fair. Because the thing is, on my main account, I already have Nahida, I already have Raiden, I already have, you know, Ayata and Ayaka, and I have Scaramouche, so I technically don't need anyone. Like, I literally don't need any characters if I really, you know, go full nerd mode about it, because I mean, Scaramouche is already decent enough, and Ayata is my second DPS, and like, you know, Nahida is absolutely insane with Raiden. They pretty much like kill everyone in sight. There's literally nobody that can survive them together. It's like insane. The only other character that I kind of wanted was Kokomi. Because I felt like she would be a very nice addition for my Ayata. But I missed her. And kind of regret that. But I'll maybe get her later. Because she's super fun. I like her a lot. I mean, that's true, Liz. That's true. I did say that. And, you know, I'm a man of my word. I never go, you know, astray from what I say. Alright, let's try it again. Okay. Interesting. Don't like that. Can't really group them up, which is a bit annoying.
Order guide.
As one with wind and cloud. One with nature.
Okay, that's better. Ooh, this seems like a rough one. I never used to do these challenges like on the max difficulty because I don't really care. Because there wasn't all the grades. You get like 90k Mora and a few XP books. I'm like, no. Why would I want that? I can literally get that by just walking around, doing nothing. Give me a reason to do those challenges. Give me like 1,000 Primo Gems and I'm gonna be like, okay, well, might as well do that.
Clouds high, the birds come. One with nature. This is order.
I mean, there's no sin great enough to go to jail for in Genshin Impact, you know? If anything, it's called passion. Gotta be proud of that.
Mind the deluge.
Take flight.
Stabilize. I will have order. One with wind and cloud.
Ooh, this is a rough one. I feel like this needs a thorough planning before I do that for real.
One with nature. Solidify.
I think you just built her on AM as well. That's what I have at the very least, because she's kind of like just a walking reactions machine. You don't. I mean, Nahida does a lot of damage actually. If you use her as a main DPS, she actually can be one, because she does a lot of damage. Not really, you know, anything like super out of this world, but her damage is very consistent, which I like. Because when I use Nahida, right, she mostly banks off of my Aita and Raiden. So I don't really know how much of damage of her own she does, but she does a lot of damage mixed with them. And mostly from Hyper Bloom and whatever the Electro one called, I forgot. But that's basically what I use them with. And I just slapped Ayaka in there for fun. Not expecting her to do much. But as I said, I'm not 100% certain that it's the right build, but I have on her, I'm pretty sure, Mappa Mera as well. And I just put all EM. I basically did her exactly the same as I did Kazuha. So, full EM, absolutely nothing left. So basically, you know, regular crit damage, crit rate, flower and, well, if you can get a decent EM, flower and feather, I'd say EM probably. But if you get like a mixture like this, that's a good piece as well. And just, you know, full elemental mastery. Absolutely full. So Yonohida just pops off immediately. That's the best build that I found. Honestly, you can build her as a DPS as well. Just go like Dendro damage and attack probably, and you know, crown crit rate, crit damage. That's could work, but honestly, as I said, it really depends on what you need from your team. If you need more damage, probably build her sub DPS. If you just need more reactions, she works absolutely fine as a support. At least that's what I found. Level 8. I mean, it is a struggle if you know you're... Because the thing is, so back in the day, I'll tell you a story. Back in the day, when world level used to be like a pretty big deal, because characters were not as abundant as they are now, what I used to do, I stayed at world level 3, I think, for half a year. Now you're gonna ask yourself why, and the answer is simple: because I was capping level until I got enough materials to level up my characters every 2 major world levels. So what I did is I leveled up at level 25 to level 35, right? And then level 35, I grinded all the materials to level up my characters to the max level. And then I leveled up straight to level 45. At level 45, I maxed my characters yet again. And then I advanced to level 55. And at that point, I maxed all my characters to level 80. I got their weapons to level 80. And I got their talents to like at least 6. That was my game plan. I was insane. I was willing to wait pretty much a year until I actually got to play with my characters. That's how insane I was. To put it in perspective. But you know what? It paid off because I never struggled. No single day. I was always on top of my game. Every enemy died to me in one hit, okay? I was pretty proud of that. But yeah, anyway, don't do that. Don't do that. That's an insane way of playing this game. Just enjoy yourself. You know? Get to use your characters for once. Not like I did. Because if you do what I did, you're gonna run out into a problem of not having fun. And that's a big problem. That's a problem that you probably, you know, want to avoid at all costs. Because if you're not having fun with this game anymore, there's no point in playing. Well, you see, there is a man, you know, that knows what they're doing. He probably, if you ask him, he probably as well did the same thing as I did. There is a man of, there's a way of, you know, people who have way too much time on their hand, way too little, you know, self-respect, and zero care in the world. That's pretty much the people who do that. As I said, I would never recommend, if you are a normal individual with, you know,
so many regrets.
Okay, I didn't think my Kazuha would die from that, but what can I use? Let's do that. Ah, there we go. Okay, so it's here. I was about to say, where do I need to go? Okay, so it's one of these. Okay, let's go. I need Dendro. Actually, I don't. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, basically, if you want a challenge for yourself, guys, you know, make your second account and just don't level it up. Just don't. If you ever want to be feeling like you're the strongest in this world, you know, just don't level up your account. Just pre-farm everything and, you know, just one-shot your enemies. Make them fear you. Make your enemies afraid of your existence. That's why I did. And you know, honestly, I never regretted it. I mean, speak about commissions, like, Mondstadt commissions and, like, Sumeru commissions, in comparison, is like night and day. One is, like, literally go here, slay 2 Hilichurls, and, you know, get your 10 Primogems. Sumeru one's like, go to this place, slay an army of enemies, save the kingdom, you know, mow my lawn, you know? And maybe then I'll give you 10 Primogems. But I cannot promise anything.
Happy to oblige. This is order. Be still. Stabilize.
But it is fun though. Because like, the other thing that used to irk me about Mondstadt commissions is the achievement commissions. So, in Mondstadt, well, in other regions as well, there's certain commissions which, like, give you achievements, right? And majority of the time, those achievements are, like, random. So, if you don't get the said commission again, you just can't do anything about it. And for the first, I think, year, I spent just doing only Mondstadt commissions because I was dead set on completing all Mondstadt quest achievements. And I remember vividly, there was this one quest line which like consisted of like, I swear to god, 12 quests or something. It was for like medicine of the guy that like stands in a fontaine. his like sister was sick or something. You need to go on this like quest chain to find his sister's medicine. And after that, when you find the medicine, you need to go on this quest where she becomes like an adventurer. And I swear to God, it's like 12 quests in one. And they're all randomized. So you can get them one day, you can get the next one in like a month. And I remember spending, I think, a solid 6 months trying to complete it. And I think I did complete it, but like the amount of time they took, it was insane. And that what irks me about monster commissions. Because I think that's not the only one, that's another few of those. But other than that, it's awesome. Because, you know, as I said, it's usually super simple. It requires no effort whatsoever. And you do them in like 2 minutes. So yeah, that's the only downside really. And as I say, it's a downside if you care about stuff like that. If you don't, zero downside. Which is good. Because, you know, majority of people don't care about pointless stuff like that. It's only insane people like me. Hey there, Aya. Glad you can join us. You flooding, huh? Sounds like typical Britain weather to me. I feel like... Are you British, Aya? Because that's typical British behavior to me. I hope it's nothing too bad though, jokes aside.
Opportunities to bask in the sunlight like this are few and far between.
Yeah, I do remember that one as well, Liz. I mean, I remember when floods used to hit Britain. So when I was a kid, we used to live like near London in a town called Aylesbury. And that place used to get flooded almost every single spring season. And I remember one time I was walking from school. And I kid you not, I saw a guy in like a kayak just swimming down the road. Because the entire, like, it was like an incline going from my school. So I would need to go down. And one time I remember just seeing this like body of water just stretching as far as the eye can see. And this guy just swimming in a kayak. And I was like, interesting. Okay, I guess I'm not going this way. So I had to call my dad and just like pick me up in the roundabout across the other way. But I was like, I didn't know we become part-time Venice all of a sudden. But you know what? I guess I gotta learn how to use kayak. Well, that was an interesting experience. I never experienced flooding other than that, luckily. I never had like my house flooded or anything like that, because my house was always on the hill, kinda. So I always was luckily evading it at any given cost. But I always pity those people, you know, who had to deal with stuff like that, because it's horrible. I mean, you know, desperate measures call for desperate time. Desperate times call for desperate measures, sorry. My brain's getting eroded. You know, just get that bad boy slide, you know. Get a couple, you know, oven, you know, sheets and use them as a raft devices, you know. Raft with them. Like a canoe paddles. And, you know, you'll get that. If push comes to shove, just grab a few bags of rice and, you know, try your best to suck it all up outside. Because, you know, there's nothing quite like rice to get you out of flood troubles. Because I remember majority of people, actually, now that I think about it, they used to put bags of rice on their like doorstep so it would suck all the water inside so it wouldn't actually go to their house. Which is actually a real thing people in Britain used to do. I don't know if they still do, but that was fascinating to me the first time I came here, because I was like, why do people put bags of rice on their doorstep? Is it like to feed animals or something? Is it like a tradition of some sort that I'm not aware of? And somebody told me, no, it's to prevent floods. And I was like, okay, interesting. Not sure I want to do that, but alright. I mean, I know it works. It was just like unusual because I came from a country. So originally I was born in Ukraine, right? Where floods are not a thing. We don't have them because we don't get heavy rain seasons usually. It might happen in certain parts of the country, but usually it's not a thing. So the first time I came, the first time I experienced a flood was very interesting to me because I was like, so you telling me there's so much water that you cannot walk on the street? So are drains just for decoration then on the street? And I was like, well, they get overflowing and there's too much water to suck all the water in. I'm like, interesting. So you tell me there's not enough of those. So can we just build more? They're like, well, yeah, technically we can, but you know, it's expensive. And I was like, is it not expensive to have your streets flooded? I'm pretty sure there's priorities, you know? One is like building a few more ventilation pipes, and another one is having your street entirely flooded. I'm pretty sure one is a bigger concern here. But then again, what do I know? Okay. Ayata, come on. Oh, no, not there. To be fair, Star, I swear to God, I think I saw a video of somebody actually using their mattress as a flotation device in America. I mean, those people, you know, they're very ingenuitive when it comes to stuff like that, but I was like, interesting, so you tell me your house flooded so badly that you had to take your bed apart and swim on a mattress. I mean, fair enough. You know, I can't judge you for that. Desperate time call for desperate measures, as I said. I mean, can't disagree with that, Star. Can't disagree with that. My British mind would not come up with such ingenuity. If I was flooded, right, my first instinct would be to save my computer. That would be like my first instinct. Even though it's on second floor, I'd be like, okay, I need to save all my electronics. I cannot let them get flooded. So I would just like, I would take my sheets from my bed and just stuff them all in there. And like, take them like a rucksack, like a Santa bag, and just, you know, venture outside on some sort of tree or something and wait it out until it goes away. Because I swear to God, my priorities would be so messed up, you know? Majority of people would be like, oh, we need to get out of the house, you know? Seek help or something. I'll be like, how many of my possessions can I save? I don't care about getting wet, okay? Wouldn't be the first time. How many of my things can I save first? My safety, not important. Who cares? Okay, let's see. Let's put that back on. I mean, Liz, I'm afraid to find just something regarding Mexican injury. I bet there's something insane. I bet you guys just, you know, use big enough tortilla as, you know, your rain devices to stop rain or some stuff like that. I bet there's some guy, you know, out there in Mexico just, you know, he sees rain and he's like, why do I need an umbrella? I have this perfectly functioning tortilla to keep me safe from rain. That's like, and then I can have a perfectly reasonable meal afterwards. I'm just saying, Liz, you know, ingenuity at its best. You know, keeping purposeful items for multi-purpose. That's how smart people roll. As I said, something I wouldn't be able to come up with, even if I tried. I wish I was that smart, as I said. I wish, but unfortunately, the gods haven't blessed me with such profound intellect. Truly. Something only the great can experience. I mean, yeah, I knew about that. I was just making a joke, really. I know the drains get clogged with like the excess rain and whatnot. It's a common issue. I mean, I know that my area like invested a lot of money into preventing floods because like apparently it was like a really bad thing before I moved in. I mean, my house wouldn't get affected, but like the area like 5 minutes away from me used to always get flooded, and apparently I spent like millions in order to prevent it from ever getting flooded again. And I think like literally a year after it got flooded again. So the council spent like 10 million, I think, on this like profound water prevention. Like, you know, they built like these super advanced ventilation pipes which would suck like water, and they will filter themselves so it would never get like clogged or anything. And I swear to God, a year later, the streets were full of water. And not to the point where you can just, you know, it was like, you can still walk. It was to the point of water where you couldn't walk. And I was like, what did you spend 10 million on again? Remind me, please. Because clearly you haven't spent it on anything useful, by the looks of it. Because if you did, this wouldn't happen. I'm not an engineer, but I'm pretty certain if you spend such amount of money on something to prevent something from happening, it should work, right? So I was just wondering, where did the money go? Did you spend it on something else? Because that's what it looks like. But anyway. I mean, my dad is an engineer, right? So, whenever I would come back home as a child, he always had, like, some sort of engineering show on. So, I used to watch it with him as well. Like, how they build bridges, how they, you know, sort of build, like, reactors, power plants, you name it. I've seen it all. And, sometimes he would, like, show me how certain, you know, programs work. Because I was into coding since I was young. So he would like show me his different modules because he was a 3D engineer for a while. He worked for like nuclear industry, oil industry, power industry, you name it. And he showed me a bunch of his stuff and I was like, that's very interesting. Now, can you explain it to me in a simpleton ways how it works? My dad would always be like, oh, okay, look. You put this here, this goes here, and this is the result. And I was like, okay, I'm following. And then he would just like out of nowhere just bring up some complicated mathematical term, like, you know, and then triangularity, you just combine it all and you achieve this sort of flotation effect, which basically means there's a heating resistance achieving a certain level with the plasticity of the material. And I'm like, Dad, you lost me. You had me at the plasticity, now you lost me. I don't understand what you're talking about. Please, can you run it back? Dumb it down to me, to like caveman level, and then I'll understand you, okay? But yeah, basically, my dad is too smart for his own good. That's what I'm saying. That man is built different and never understood him. Because I had people like that in my life who like way too smart for their own good, you know? To the point where I just don't understand what they're talking about. And they always fascinated me because, like, English is a language that we all speak together, right? But how could one person speak to another person in the same language and we just don't understand each other? How is that possible? Because shouldn't we understand each other no matter what we're talking about? And I'm like, I swear to God, you speak to engineers, they might as well speak in alien language. It's not the same. I refuse to believe it's the same because if somebody tells you it's the same, they're lying to you. It's not. Alright, let's do some weekly bosses while I'm at it. Because, you know, might as well. Let's go do Raiden Shogun. Because I feel like hanging out with you for a little bit longer, guys. Might as well. I mean, let's look. Being a cave person is nothing to be ashamed of. I swear to God. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Arenara quest, I think I didn't do it, actually. I'm pretty certain I didn't. I would be surprised if I did, because I think with Sumeru, I only did the main quest. I didn't do much of a side quest, so I still have that to do. I know about Arenaras, and I know that they're like, you know, this weird dream people, but I don't really know what they're all about. So there's that. Because before I haven't played Genshin since April. I think I only started it like recently during streams, because I was too busy with Honkai. I was busy grinding there, you know, getting my Jing Yuan to the level of Goldiehood. So I didn't have time to play much of Sumeru. But I definitely will. I definitely will. At some point, we gonna get back there, and I'm gonna find out what it was all about. But Liz, you telling me that you gonna go to somebody like twice as smart as you, and you're gonna engage like the most basic conversation you possibly can, like asking, how's the weather, you know? And they're gonna say, oh, I read the precipitation is like 85 degrees. It's gonna be slightly humid with, you know, a mild change of humidity. And I'm gonna be like, I understood what you said right now, but I'm like, do you really need to say it in that way? Can you just say, oh, it's gonna be a bit of rain? Can you just say it that way? So we are on the same page. Just say it normally. Like, come on. Oh. Well, I probably should have healed. But you know what's fine.
Inferior.
Order guide you.
The eye sweeps the lands.
I mean, the weather, mighty fine. I literally saw today the clouds being as grey as my soul. My perspective of good weather was shattered. Like my perspective of ever getting good artifact roll. Because I swear to God, over the weekends, right? It was such a good weather. It was like 26 degrees. It was not too hot, not too cold. But after like the first, I don't know, 6 days the good weather was persistent, I literally felt the despair that just showed out of nowhere this morning. I woke up, I looked at the window, and I was like, oh no, it's coming. The autumn is coming. And I never felt more disappointed, honestly. Because I was fully expectant of there to be, you know, a sunny weather, at least for another week or so, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And you can imagine my disappointments. Alright, just give me a sec, Liz. Liz, give me a sec. I'm in the middle of this. I cannot pause it. I mean, I guess technically I can, but... Alright, what is it? Ah, I guess I'll pause it. I mean, I can, Liz, if you need me to. It's absolutely fine.
Eternity is in my hand.
No, I mean, I understand what you meant. I definitely can, if he needs me to. Oof. Look at that. Hopping like an absolute madman. Hidden Zhongli skill. I mean, the thing is, I usually don't do them as well, because there's no point. At a certain point, you have too many of those weekly level up materials anyway, so it's like, they become pretty much useless to you. But I don't know. sometimes it's fun. I feel like raiding Shogun fight is probably the most fun. Because it at least involves some sort of skill. The violent fun is probably the most mind-numbing to me personally. I quite like Ashdaha one, but the problem with it is, like, it pretty much forces you to use shielders, which I'm not the biggest fan of. And Child one is just fun. Just plain fun, really. There's nothing wrong with it, and I also like the different stages.
Stabilize. Cascade.
I probably should revive my Kazuha, but okay, let's revive him.
The wind knows it. Thunder. Solidify. Order guide you.
This world, a fleeting shadow. This body is eternal. Purge all obstacles.
Stabilize.
One with nature. Perish.
Ooh.
Kamisato art. Sumetsu. My apologies.
Be still.
Yeah, Liz, if you need me, I can definitely talk to him off stream.
Gather.
Witness the final calamity.
If it's anything like important, I definitely don't mind, it's fine. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that.
Perish.
Into the wind. Stabilize. Cascade.
Followed by blade.
But the Aika is gonna be a little bit tough, but should be okay.
Eternity is in my hand.
Clouds high. The birds come. The wind knows it.
Alright, let's hope like nobody ever helped before.
Time to go.
Alright.
Stabilize.
That was easy enough. Alright, I think this should be good enough now.
This is order.
Let's go a little bit with order.
Solidify.
And then Kazuha.
With wind and cloud. Cascade.
Light, obey me.
Okay.
This world, a fleeting shadow.
Into the wind. Gather.
Okay, I had to finish it up. And there you have it.
Only emptiness.
Nice and easy like that. Okay, did we get something good? No. No Zans. It's alright, Liz. As I said, if Greg is not feeling well, I can definitely talk to him later. It's absolutely fine if he needs me to. I mean, to be fair, I do fight a lot of these, weekly bosses in co-op as well, just for fun of it. Not because I can't do them alone. It just makes them more enjoyable to do them, like that. Alright, let's see. Let's do one more, probably. Would be a fun one. Let's go with Child, actually. Because I like fighting Child. He's a fun little boss to do. He doesn't require too much. No, where's Liz? That's why I thought you'd rather do, because, you know, you're a bit more of a therapist than I am. Alright, let's keep going.
Quite hard to come by. Well then.
Alright, Childy, let's see where you go.
Valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
Well, Childy, I can also say the same. Just like that.
Not bad. You've got a trick or two. Stabilize. Order guide you.
Oof, nice.
The wind knows it. clouds high. The birds come. Something else catch your eye?
Take flight.
Be still.
I remember the first time I fought Child, it was like one of the hardest fights I ever seen in my life. Because nothing quite beats the first boss fight they ever experienced. I think I tried like at least 10 times to beat Child by myself the first time I ever fought him. Story no included. It was a generally hard fight. Nowadays you literally can sneeze at him and he will die. His second phase is pretty annoying if you can all outpower him. But like, this cutscene, the first time you see it, is so unbelievably cool. It's just insane. I don't know about that, Liz. I mean, I am known as a funny man, but you know, funny cannot always cure everything. Alright, let's see. Alright, Charlie.
One with nature.
Fire power.
The depth back. I may have overestimated myself.
I will have order. Into the wind.
Let's go again.
Whirling snow.
As one with wind and cloud.
Stabilize.
Where's he? Oh. Oh, I missed him.
Be still.
One with nature.
Embrace the ice. Take flight.
Go again. Oh. Oh, Charlie, how could you leave me like that? I was just about to give. Interesting. Oh, well. Let's see, what do we get? Nothing. Ooh, we got an actual weapon material. That's good. I usually don't get those often. It's a very rare occasion when I actually get one. So that's a very exciting thing. I actually used to get those the most from like the lowest possible, what do you call them, difficulty level. So when I used to, you know, grinding my treasures to upgrade my characters, I used to always do like the 60 or 70, right? And I used to get the best possible rolls from them. So like weapon materials we used to drop almost every single week, at least on one of them. And I'm not even capping. That was like the best time for me to farm those. Because as soon as I started going like the highest difficulty, the 80 and 90, it would drop one in a millennia. And I was always upset because of that. Because I was always like, come on. The higher the difficulty, the better the roll. But no. It was never the case. It was newbie luck, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I do distinctly remember that. Because as soon as I reached level 55, I saw, okay, this is a time when they drop all the time, right? No. That wasn't the case. In fact, the drop rates got even lower than they were before. Before they were just, you know, manageable. They weren't too bad, but no. They got absolutely astronomically bad. I mean, as I said, I'm pretty certain the high level rolls are so small, it's not even funny. It's like, I probably never gotten one, except this time, from actual level 55. And I'm not even joking. I'm pretty certain that never happened until now. I could be lying, because, you know, I don't remember every single roll I ever did, but I'm pretty certain that was like one of the first times that ever happened. And, you know, in the regular games, the higher the level of the higher difficulty level, the better the drops, right? Not so in Genshin. In Genshin, it's the opposite. The lower level you do, the better the drops. Because, you know, they want to entice the newbies to stay And for veterans, they pretty much just roll in the bones. They're like, there you go. There you go, your useless 5-star artifact. And 2 talent upgrade materials that you probably don't even need. I bet you're glad for wasting 30 resin, don't you? Or 60 if you already did your 3 free runs. I bet you're glad on that, aren't you? I bet you'd rather do 3 domain runs and pray to gosh your gods that something good will happen, huh? And get screwed there anyway. Gotta love Genshin. Gotta love it. It's like a hey-love relationship, you know? You get punished to the point of submission or love, even. That's Genshin in a nutshell. Alright, I think we probably did everything we needed to do. Oh gosh, it's 15 past 12 already. Look how time flies. It was only 8 o'clock, like a minute ago. Okay. Did we do everything? Just to make sure we did that. I think we capped all the resin. Okay. I think I'll probably call it a day of this. Because I'm a little bit tired, not gonna lie. It's been a long day for me. And I'll probably, guys, stream tomorrow. Same time, 8 o'clock. If not, definitely on Wednesday, because tomorrow I have some stuff to do. But shouldn't take me until evening. Hopefully. So, I hope everybody had fun today. It was a little bit of a hectic stream. We did a bit of a story, a bit of artifact grinding, and just general storytelling while we at it. So hope everybody enjoyed that. Bit of insanity mixed with order, if you will. But yeah, I think, as I say, call it a day, because I'm getting a little bit on the sleepy side already, and I probably should get some rest. I hope all of you guys have a good remainder to your day. I know both you, Liz and Star, is nowhere near nighttime yet, so you still have a day ahead of you. So hope you have fun with that, and I'll catch everyone tomorrow. Have a good one, guys, and until next time. You too, Liz, you too. You as well, Star. Hope you have a nice sleep time, and remember, if you can't fall asleep, just think of Jean Lee, and he will put you right to sleep with his greatness. Anyway, catch you later, everyone. Bye-bye.